invisible grounds. Don't know when to stop. Returning, it's not the way for me. Only a mile to go. Somewhere I belong. I'll see it clearer now. Returning is not the way for me. Only a mile to go. Somewhere I belong. I'll see it clearer now. I feel like I'm all out of time. So tell me you stay behind. Make sure I get to the end. I hope you can see in the dark. It only takes just a little spark to fill my head with the light. Oh yeah. You cannot seem to get to me. I am back with a stolen identity. You know I see through anything. I'm a one-man army with a bitter sting. You give me no reasons. I'm broken to pieces. There's no one who can erase. Stay frame. You know that's why I don't behave the same. Whenever you are here, I see clear, shed a tear. Don't know if I can pretend all the way to the end. You know the truth is hard to. I've lost track of what I wanted. Ever since the party started. If there's a way for me and you survive, and you're still alive. Carry on. Even if you've been misled and all of your dreams are dead, carry on. Even if you can't forget, take a quick look and settle your regrets. Laying out the bricks now, as if you need a wall to stop the fall. Your bones are not even broken yet, so push yourself through without your regrets. Carry on. Even if you've been misled and all of your dreams are dead, carry on. Even if you can't forget, take a quick look and settle your regrets. Blood pouring down my heart. My mind is my cage, and I'm wrapped around the bars. And even if you've been misled and all of your dreams are dead, carry on. Even if you can't forget, take a quick look and settle your regrets. Fading slowly into the silent night, an endless fall, like cuts from 1,000 knives. I hear you call, but I'm still stumbling in the dark, a silent howl as I dissolve into your arms. I waited now, seduced by a sweet mirage. We could live or we could stay, so day to stay wide awake. I can do this anymore, it's hurting like it never has before. We could live or we could stay, so day to stay wide awake. I can do
G'day ladies and legends, welcome to Octane Online Racing Legends Series Round 11, coming at you from Baku. My name is Jamie Conboy. It usually is every week. You're probably used to me by now. I'm sure who you're not used to is Jacob Weatherburn, the return of the king. Hello to you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. How are you, mate?
Mate, I'm super well. Very pleased with the weather and how it has turned. It was very, very moist in some parts of Australia, but we're all back to the dry now, which is nice. Alexis Bowen, welcome to you, beautiful. How's the weather where you are?
Well, you're saying we're in the clear. It's kind of raining here at the moment.
Yeah, right. Did you get an absolute deluge like some parts of Tasmania apparently are underwater at the moment? Neil's got his snorkel on at the moment.
We didn't quite get as much of a deluge. It was more just steady rain for about 16 hours, although we are looking at possible flooding in the area over the next few days just from water running from different systems, which is usually how it floods in the area.
Yeah, right. It's not pretty where you are. It's not pretty anywhere. So, of course, our well wishes to everyone affected by the flood, some worse than others, of course. What about you, Jacob, up there in New South Wales? You would have got pretty moist as well?
No, for once where I am, we're actually dry. Usually we've been underwater about 3 or 4 times this year, but we're actually keeping pretty dry at the moment.
Good stuff. Happy days. As dry as it looks here in Baku for Tier 3.
Yes, it looks very, very dry indeed. I believe we'll have a dry qualifying and dry race, which means pole position for Tier 3 should be around a high 39.
High 39 for Tier 3, you reckon? That's a Tier 3 call?
Yes.
Tom Maloney on screen at the moment, your race winner. I was going to say last week, but last round, last time we raced in round 10. Tom Maloney was your winner. Looks to be on a lap now, so we'll check out how he's going. And if he can break into the 39s.
I reckon it'll be a stretch for these first laps, but I reckon as the session goes on, track will evolve quite nicely for these drivers, but there are some very, very tight parts of this track, and you do have to be careful of some of these curbs as well. They are very deadly in this game around here.
What time of day are we looking at here? This looks pretty, it's either early or late. There's a lot of long shadows.
It is quite late because qualifying obviously runs quite late on in the afternoon, and for Baku, I believe it is about 4 or 5 o'clock for the actual session time itself.
So I don't know how many drivers would have practiced qualifying in this sort of light. I don't know how many drivers would have practiced full stop. I know a lot of the Alpine team this week, Alexis Bowen, hasn't done a lot of practice, so looking forward to seeing how that goes. We've got our first DNF of the night. Travis Murdoch has said, that's enough. I'm visiting the wall somewhere. I'm not sure where that is, but...
Coming onto the final straight, looks like. Just out of that little left-right kink onto the final straight. He's bended into the wall somewhere along there.
Indeed, so he won't be posting a lap and will start from the very back of the grid. Aussie Donkey.
Are my eyes deceiving me, or is that Raj Sandhu on the grid tonight?
Is it? It is the return of Raj Sandhu. Hello, he's got a lap out there already, which is a 140.7. Donny Sadewa comes across. He gets a 41.7, apologies, thank you. A 40.6 is the quickest from Donny Sadewa so far. We were just on board with Bender. He's invalidated his, but yeah, welcome back to Raj Sandhu. He's got some new kit, I believe, a new setup, a new rig or wheel or something.
Yeah, it's always nice to see returning faces. I mean, Raj has shown lots of pace in the past. Of course, he has been a frequent member of OOR for many years now. And it's, yeah, nice to see him back out there.
Absolutely. Long time OOR favourite. As is this man, Keelan Dryberg, who also had a good week last week. So hopefully... Whoa, he was nearly stupid there and put himself into Charles Leclerc's wall. Looking forward to calling someone in there tonight.
He does have wing damage. He has wing damage on the front right, so I reckon that little tap on the wall just coming out of the castle has given him a little bit of damage.
Yep, so I don't know if he's going to complete this lap or he might just throw it in the pits and call it a day on this set. But as we said, at the moment, Donny Sadewa currently P1 with a 40.6. And Tom Maloney not far away, just a 10th behind. And those two setting the pace early on. They're a second clear of anyone else. And a couple of 42s further on down the pack. And then, of course, a couple of drivers yet to post laps. So, good start from Donny Sadewa. Keelan has indeed come across and finished that lap with a broken wing. He's gone P3. That's a huge effort. Nice one.
Yeah, great effort there from Keelan Dryberg to somehow get that car into P3 with that broken wing. Now he's got to be careful bringing it into the pit, so he wants to throw it into the pit lane, not throw it into the wall.
Hopefully the race today is as good as the MotoGP this morning, Grid Jokes. I'm actually very happy with the way that yourself and Alexis commentated on that in the Discord, because whilst you sold it as an exciting race that I am looking forward to going back and watching, you didn't actually kill it by giving any spoilers whatsoever, so I hope that you continue to do so, which you've done very well. As I said, I'm very happy that you didn't put any spoilers out there, so I'll watch that tomorrow while I'm at work, I reckon. But yeah, hopefully it was an exciting race to watch.
I'll just let you know now, it was probably race of the season so far for MotoGP.
That's huge. Very much looking forward to going back and watching that one then.
So we know JC's not getting much work done tomorrow.
Mate, I never get much work done on a Monday. There's so much sport and stuff to catch up on. I honestly do not do shit on Monday, which is fine because most of my clients don't want money until Wednesday. Tuesday and Wednesday are my busy days, so I get all the weekend sport action out the way on Monday. Ah, it's a good life.
Yeah, so you spend the Monday almost as like an extra part of the weekend, and then get your head down, stuck into it for your Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yep, exactly. And what's really going to grind some gears out there is I don't do much on Fridays either. I work from home on Friday, so I basically get a bit of work done in the morning, and then I'm just sitting in the rig for most of the afternoon cutting laps of whatever it is. So I work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I get paid a lot of money to do it. Yeah, it's a good life.
Is Keelan coming into the...
No, he's missed pit lane there. Unless he's disconnected and his AI is driving the car or something, I'm not sure, but it seems very odd that he chose not to go to pit lane.
Well, he doesn't have any fuel in it. He's on low fuel mode.
Yeah, he's kind of going left and right like he's warming his tyres, which he's not doing, but that's not AI. That's Keelan. I'm
not sure what he's doing there, but anyway.
I think you're right. Maybe he just literally forgot to turn into the pit lane or something. I'm not sure what he's done. But now with no petrol, he's going to become a liability to a lot of these cars coming through in their hot laps. He's doing the right thing, obviously, and getting out of the way, but it's going to be tricky when he gets into the castle section. If anyone's coming around on a hot lap there's not a lot of room to move over, so interesting.
Interesting tactics to try and keep P4 as Jesse McLean up into P3 with a 41.6. Still about a second off of Donny Sadie, whereas Raditya Kiswaro jumps into the 40s, only a 10th off of Tom Maloney into P3 now.
Nice, so the third driver into the 40s.
Good evening to Peej and Matty Powell in chat. Nice to have you folks here.
Absolutely. As always, the Kovac Strategy Centre not far away. Matty Powell and Alex Imey, I'm sure, will be popping in at some point, unless he's out there fighting a fire, or, I don't know, I tell you what, he could be out there rescuing koalas from floods or something, whatever he does in his heroic day-to-days.
Well, I mean, you won't be in the commentary booth to give us the puns, like in Singapore.
Oh.
I mean, just on Singapore, I believe that was first stream to hit 10,000 views.
Which is huge. Well, I don't undersell that. That is massive, the fact that got 10,000 views, and I'm putting it all down to the puns. People went back and watched that over and over just for the puns.
Yeah, it seemed to be a big event for OOR, and it's ultimately paid off as Zach Graham gets close to the wall. Tom Maloney improves to a 40.5, so getting close to those 39s, but still a bit of a ways to go.
I'm interested to know what Tom Maloney has done in the last couple of weeks to turn his form around, because he was close to uninstalling the bloody game. He was having DNFs and rotten luck, and he had had enough. He was ready to pack it in. He was right on the verge of uninstalling, and now he's going race win, purple lap pole. So what has changed in the Williams garage to turn his fortunes around? I'm interested to know that for sure. Donny Sadewa is the first.
39.
Bang. It's the first 39. I thought Zach was going to come across and post a lap here, but he's had enough of that one, put it in the pits. But Donny Sadewa into the 39s. Nice one.
Gillen Dryberg somehow got in that Red Bull back to pit lane.
He's finally made it back, has he?
Absolutely fantastic work to get it round there on pretty much zero fuel.
Great effort.
And not get in anyone's way.
I believe if you get into low fuel mode, as we see just a stricken tyre there on the road, I believe if you get into low fuel mode in this game, you'll not actually run out of fuel proper. You'll just, because the game will just show low fuel mode in your fuel mix. For how
Right,
much
so you can just continue to basically go around infinitely on low fuel mode.
Pretty much.
Yeah, right. The more you know.
So basically, these cars actually have infinite tanks.
David McNulty, the great Bender man, has posted a time. 42.0 puts him into P9. So that is everyone on the board now, other than, of course, Travis Murdoch, who unfortunately put it into the wall. Amuana is again in a different constructor's car tonight. Very deserving of a permanent seat, I would have thought by now, Amuana. So hopefully next week we can assign Amuana a team. Currently up there with a 40.4 in P2. That's 6/10 behind Donny Sadewa. So that's a stonking lap from Donny here in Tier 3. I'll tell you who else is missing tonight. It's Mike Dinoldi, currently P3 in the championship. Didn't participate at Singapore. His first did not start of the season for Mike Dinoldi, and not here again tonight.
2 secs, JC. Amuana has crashed at the castle.
As Joel Barry has also DNF, so there's a couple that have...
I believe Joel Barry DNF'd in the pits.
There
Just
you
based
go.
on where his car was positioned when that DNF came up originally.
That's a couple more that won't be improving.
Well, look, I would classify that as the first curse tonight because JC was all hyped up on Amuana and
Oh, no.
and there was the DNF. So
Oh, no.
to me, the curses have begun.
Jacob
John,
very willing to throw someone underneath the curse
Yeah.
bus there.
It's not me, so let's get that off me for a change.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll have that one. So 4 minutes to go now. So if you're going to get out there on an out, that's a long lap here, 1 minute and 40 seconds. So if you've got one set of freshies left, it'll be around about now when they start to duck out there and put those laps down. So with just one stint to go, Donny Sadewa, 39.8, 6/10 clear at the top at the moment is Donny. So looking really strong up there. Amuana won't be improving on the 40.4 that he set. Tom Maloney, Radicius Caswaro, Aaron Gavin here as well, all snooping around, trying to break into the 40s and the 39s and pinch a few more spots.
Page in chat just saying that Donny could be on a higher downforce setup, as seems to be a lot faster in Sector 1, Sector 2. So that could have a few implications in the race where other drivers around him are just able to get that slipstream effect and use the lower downforce to get ahead. So it may look like pace now, but if he's not able to get a good launch, it could be a long race with Donny Sadewa.
What does that mean for energy recovery too? Because I think the battery's pretty hard to get back here, and if he's running higher downforce, that'll make that worse, will it not?
I believe so, yeah. I believe when you're on a lower downforce, you have more opportunity to actually recover energy. At least that was the case in the last game. I don't know whether that's carried over to this game, but considering Codemasters just likes to copy and paste a lot of things, I would assume so.
Beautiful looking circuit at this time of day, just quietly. A couple of these shots here, nice angles. Very picturesque. The city of Baku.
Yes, fun fact about this circuit, it was originally used in 2016 to host the European Grand Prix, despite the fact that Baku itself is located in Asia.
Oh, right. That is weird.
Rules are made to be broken. That's all I have to say.
It's kind of halfway between Europe and Asia, isn't it? Sort of floating around the Middle East there, isn't it? I mean, I guess...
Yeah. Azerbaijan itself is on the border of Eastern Europe and West Asia. However, because Baku is right on the eastern end of the country, it is in the Asian part of it.
Well, there you go.
So Keelan just runs a little deep there and gets into reverse quickly. Of course, there is no Danny Kvyat to run into there, so cannot do a Daniel Ricciardo.
Sharp. Motorsport knowledge, second to none, you, Alex Bowen.
You never forget anything, do you?
It's unreal, honestly. The amount he's almost as factual as Bender. Right, who we got left here? Keelan's not improving here. Oh, he's definitely not improving now. Oh, ghosting is on, by the way, for those who aren't in the know. We turn ghosting on at Baku because if anyone crashes in the castle section, creates all sorts of havoc. So, oh, goodness me. I think he's DNF now.
He's DNF'd. He's gone too heavy into the wall.
That's a dead Red Bull.
And I think Aaron Gavin's had enough as well in the pits. He seemed to have retired.
Well, I don't know why I'm enjoying this. I'm a bit of a sadist. Let's move on. Let's find someone else who's on a lap. Jesse McLean's gone around turn ones. He's not on.
He's just gone into the
20 seconds
40s.
to go. No, he's got 13% battery, though. He's definitely not improving.
He's gone into the 40s with a 40.8, but still in P6. So a few more gains to those 40s, but currently Donny Sadiwa is just unmatched. And he seems to be, getting all of the right apices here. As the session timer ticks over, and we are now onto the final lap. So can Donny find any improvement?
We'll just have a quick look at Tom here, who's probably on a lap as well. So we'll see what happens when he crosses the line, if he can get anywhere near Donny Sadiwa.
Still nowhere near. Only 5/10 off, but goes ahead of Amuana.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not anywhere near him, is he? He's in P2, be happy with that. And as the Kovacs boys said, there's a high wing set up on Donny that may really hurt him during the race. So Tom in the best position. Wow, now replaced by Radica Caswaro with a 40.2. So those guys lining up behind Donny as he doesn't improve on his final lap. Only a 10th shy. So even his second best lap, still 3/10 better than anyone else. He's clearly got pace here, Donny, over the one lap. But as we said, we'll see what happens when DRS opens up. And if he just gets swallowed up down these straights.
Raj Sandhu goes into the 40s. Oh, 1,000th off of Jesse McLean. He'll be filthy with that.
And that would make the last man to come across the line, David Bender McNulty. What's he got in him? Any sort of improvement?
Looks
Not
like
sure.
a 41.6, so I reckon I'll improve him up to P9. So
Nice.
another position for him, but yeah, solid time for Bender.
So there's your results for Tier 3. Donny Sadeh were the only one to break into the 39s tonight in Tier 3 with a 39.8. 4/10 up the road from anyone else. So looking really strong in qualifying. Donny Sadeh, Radica Caswaro, Tom Maloney. They're the top three. And Amu Anna completes the second row.
That lap time from Donny Sadiwa, 39.895. I would not be surprised if that time it would put him top 5 in Tier 2. That is rapid.
Well,
Absolutely
you predicted
rapid.
it. You predicted pole would be a high 39. You were all over it.
I know, but even then, that was assuming that Tier 3 was again going to show pace very similar to Tier 2, like they have all throughout the season. And rightfully so, Donny Sadiwa showing just how close Octane Online Racing is between Tier 2 and Tier 3.
Yep. Not as close as the esports guys. Goodness me, they've gotten back into the swing of things, the esports F1 guys, and they are insanely close. It makes me sick how close they are. I think Peach put up a shot the other day of, I think it was Lucas Blakely was on pole by a 10th or something, but then everyone from P2 to P17 was separated by 86 thousandths of a second, so less than a tenth between P2 and P17. That is absolutely insane. And in fact, a good question was raised from that, which I've completely forgotten that I was going to ask you, Alex Bowen.
Crap.
Yes.
No, I forgot what the question was. Don't call me on it.
I'll call you on it.
We absolutely hyped that up for no question.
It was Scott Rochford who posed the question. It's in the Kovacs Discord, Jake, if you want to go find it, because I can't alt-tab or anything. And I said I was going to make a note to remember this question, and it came off of Page's screenshot where they're all so close. Something about if they all had equal... crap. I don't know. I might find it later on. It's in, as I said, I don't know where in the Kovacs Discord it is, but it's in there somewhere. But it was a very good question.
We'll have a look at it later because we're about to get this formation lap on the way. We are still on the broadcast formation lap, though, I believe. There was a little talk about putting it over back to a full formation lap where the drivers have complete control. However, there still seems to be a few issues involved in that.
Well, here we go. While we're waiting for the formation lap, I have the question here. Do you think if real F1 was accessible to as many people as pretend F1, would we have grids as close as we do in esports?
That's the question. That's it.
Oh, so what? Is the question like asking it?
So if F1 wasn't full of billionaire teams and it was actually just really, really good drivers up there and not really, really highly paid billionaire teams, would it be as close as it is in F1 esports?
No.
No,
I don't think it would.
No, too.
Because you're always going to have factors that reduce the equality of the equipment, whether that's just the age of the equipment or the quality of the equipment, because not everything's going to be the exact same. You have that problem in F2 and F3. But we'll talk about that later as we're about to get this race underway. We're going to 5 red lights. Sorry for stealing your power, JC, as we are underway. Donny seems to have gotten a decent start, but Tom Maloney behind has gotten a very nice start and has already gotten ahead of Radici Caswaro. 3 wide going out of turn 1. This is usually a bit of a choke point, but they've all seemed to have gotten through. Raj has dropped down a few positions. Oh, there's a bit of a 3 wide. Oh, so close to contact between Aaron Gavin and David McNulty, but David McNulty gets past Raj Sandhu. Zach Graham gets past Aaron Gavin up into P9, but Donny Sadeh was still out in front. Raj and David still side by side going into turn 3. I think Bender may have just clipped the wall a little bit. Raj gets ahead. So still Donny Sadeh from Tom Maloney, Radici Kaswara, Jesse McLean, and Keelan Dryberg.
Yeah, good start, good call.
Couple got off a great start there from P6 up to P4. A couple of the other guys look like they got off the line quite well. Zach Graham's jumped up 2 positions. Amu Anna's dropped down 2 though, so he hasn't had a very good launch off the line there. I don't know what passing ability is like around this track. Obviously you've got a very long DRS zone down the main straight and the straight after turn 2. And then I'm assuming it's pretty much single file from there.
There's a lot of single file around here. You do need to keep your moves at a minimum as you don't want to cause too much chaos, but seemed Donny may have gone a little deep into that corner as we have a yellow flag. That's Zach Graham, who's gone deep at towards the end of Sector 2 and he's lost his front wing.
He's going to really struggle to get this car around this corner here, but once he does, he should be almost flat back to the pit lane, so he hasn't really lost out. It's not a bad spot to lose your wing. Obviously, you never really want to lose it at all, but in terms of where you lose wings in this game, there's another one there too. Wonder who's lost a little bit of pace back there. Someone up here must be crawling around.
He's gotten past Donny Sadewa.
He has too. So not even waiting for the DRS. He's just gone and done it on the first lap, down the main straight on the very first lap. He's got it done. Nice work, Tom Maloney, taking advantage of the high wing.
I wonder if Donny has a... No, Donny's front wing looks intact. He looked like he went a little deep at the same place that Zach Graham lost his wing, but he's struggling a little bit at the moment. So I wonder if there is just that little bit of damage, but it's not visible to us. So he's dropping a lot of time in the areas that he was really quick in qualifying, so unless that's to do with tyres.
They're all on mediums, so unless the softs are just that much stronger. Speaking of softs, Raj Sandhu on the softs. I was going to say it's an interesting call, but that man loves an extra pit stop, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's going like a soft, medium, hard kind of show. Or not sure what he's doing, but I think medium hard is the ideal strategy here. The softs, another track where the softs just aren't capable of going any more than 3 or 4 laps before they fall off a very large cliff.
Keelan Dryberg's gone off at the same place as Zach Grant, but this time has chosen to use the runoff quite wisely as well.
Now, are we going to see... I don't know if the bug still exists at this wall. Where are we? Let's go find someone who's going... You know this wall here on the left-hand side? Does that still exist? Is that still a thing? Are we going to see someone murdered by that tonight?
I believe that they have fixed that in a previous patch.
Okay, all right. I don't know if I'm disappointed by that or not. Some of those are pretty funny.
Because it's a similar glitch to what they had at Canada, where the wall just gets...
Onboards from...
Donny's running high downforce. His best bet is to just stay within DRS of Tom Maloney here.
Just get pulled along. Yep, get in the tow.
Even then, I'm not sure how effective the DRS will be once he gets there, as Keelan Dryberg has crashed at turn 3. And that is a virtual safety car, likely to be upgraded to a full safety car if this game has any sense. Although...
Do we get full safety cars with ghosting on, though? Or does it stay virtual?
Good question.
Gonna stay a virtual.
Oh, no.
Oh,
that's scary.
Jesus.
We were literally just talking about ghosting, and then we all forgot at the same time.
I got very, very nervous.
Oh, dear. It's a good question, Jacob. I reckon you might be right, because we're still VSC at the moment, so...
You can get full safety cars on the ghosting, but they are back underway, and it seems Tom's got a nice jump on Donny.
Yep, DRS enabled too, so...
Oh, Raj is out!
Oh, no! He is too.
This is prime opportunity to check if that wall's spazzing out.
Oh, good question. Oh, surely not.
On the inside.
No, it seems to be fine.
That's 2 DNFs already.
Is roundabout wary DNF though, isn't it? Just past that left-right kink. His car's disappeared off the track mat now, so we're not going to see him stricken on the road around here. And the wall looks to be reasonably normal, yeah, so...
Meanwhile, the issue for Keelan seemed to be frame skips that caused him to hit that wall at turn 3. Common issue with this game, it does rear its ugly head quite often, these pesky frame skips.
Meanwhile, the top 3 here have jumped away on Jesse a little bit. He's 1.8 seconds behind Radicha, but these 3 are just hanging in there with each other. All on the same strategy by the looks of it.
Yeah, we were saying Donny was doing the right thing, just sort of hanging in the toe of Tom Maloney. But Radicha Kaswaro not far away either. He's thereabouts. He is 8/10 back though, so he's just about going to fall out of that DRS if he doesn't keep up. He's still in there for now though. But yes, unlucky to Raj Sandhu on his return. Welcome back. And Auf Wiedersehen. He'll be hopefully back next week for... Where are we next week? America somewhere. Kota next week.
We are at Circuit of the Americas, and also...
He's got a bit of a run on Tom here. He's going to have to go to the outside. Let me have it done before the braking zone though, so DRS really helping Donny there. Even with that higher downforce setup.
And these two battling, just allowing Radicha to close the gap ever so slightly. Still got the DRS open here, so he's just hanging thereabouts. But as you said, Jacob, they are pulling away gradually from the rest of the pack. Jesse now 2 seconds back, so they're doing well, the top 3.
Is Jesse still our championship leader?
He is, but that gap continues to come down. week after week. It has been Donny Sadewa closing the gap to Jesse McLean. So whilst Jesse is still 60 points clear, Donny's been closing it for the last 4 weeks. So if this is the 5th week in a row, it could be very close to lights out by the time we get to Coda. And if not, then Mexico the week after. That's what I was saying before. Mike Dinaldi missing 2 weeks in a row. He was well and truly in this battle as well. He's P3 still, but wasn't participating at Singapore and isn't here tonight. So he's going to fall off the back a little bit. But yeah, Donny Sadewa, he's coming after Jesse McLean's lead for sure.
Donny's managed to gap Tom on this lap, though. He's nearly gotten outside of that 1 second in a lap. So whether he's burnt a lot of battery or Tom maybe made a mistake somewhere.
We have talked about that Donny's likely running a high downforce setup.
Watch the gap close now, though. DRS wide open. The lower wing set up for Tom Maloney. He'll go right up his bum here. And then another DRS zone after turn 2, all the way down to turn 3.
Can Tom get close enough to have a look into turn 3? Looked like Donny got a bit better of an exit there. But the DRS could drag Tom back into contention. Not going to get close enough in the braking zone, so he's just going to have to sit there for another lap.
Tom's just got to be as consistent as possible through these more downforce dependent sections of the track to hold within that DRS range of Donny Sadewa.
The rest of the field is all very spread out from each other. I think this is one of the only battles that we've got at the moment that has DRS involved in it.
Yep, the 2 Haas fellas backwards in the field there, a little bit of battling away. Joel Barry and Travis Murdoch, they're towing each other along nicely. Also on the medium tyre as the front runners here.
Yes, with Raj Sandhu out, we will not know what the soft strategy will be able to do, as everyone is on either mediums or hards.
Tom looks a little bit closer this time. In saying
Joel
that,
Barry's out.
Oh, he is too. We're just talking about Joel Barry. I was just talking about Joel Barry and how he's going nicely with Travis Murdoch.
Safety car, as it's a crash at Castle.
So, do you pit? Do the hards go to the end 20 laps? They'd make it, wouldn't they?
I have no clue.
No clue.
Well, Tom Maloney's obviously believing they can because he's dived in the pit lane.
Yeah, I think 20 laps is...
out.
So everyone from here will have at least a top 10 finish, even if they don't finish.
All they've got to do is finish, though. You've got to finish, otherwise you can't claim those points. So you've got to finish.
Don't you have to finish like a certain percentage of the race to get classified?
Oh, God, dead. Is that David McNulty who's just binned
It
it?
is David McNulty.
He is absolutely...
disqualified.
Blocking the pit lane.
He has turned it around at turn 1, covered the pit lane, and is now disqualified. At least he doesn't have the pain of driving that noseless Alpine all the way around the track, but that is David Bender McNulty exiting this race after a very innocuous incident where he just turned it around himself at turn 1. Well, there you go.
That is very unfortunate when you make a mistake like that. The game decides to boot you straight away, but I'm pretty sure Tom would probably need to change underpants there coming out of pit lane. Because I would have crapped myself.
Yep, that is, yeah, I don't know what to say there.
That's probably one of the best DQs I've seen in this game.
But yeah, we're on the topic just before the start of this race about whether real life F1, if it didn't have all the billionaires and all of that jargon, would be as close as F1 esports, just based on driver skill. And yeah, I am very certain on the answer that no, it wouldn't be, because like you look at F2 and F3, which are supposedly spec series, and there's still gaps between first and second and third that can grow quite large at times, just based on whether those spec parts are actually made equally.
Yeah. And if you apply the question, as we were doing, to the top of esports, they're all running, as you said, the equal performances. But if you're doing that in F1, that they have different cost caps and whatnot. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, if everything is equal amongst money, talent, money and talent, you're still not going to have like as close as F1 esports. I don't think. Just based on the fact that not every one part is going to be the exact same, even if everything is fully spec.
Yeah, the question was geared around: do we give Mazepin? If you take Mazepin and Latifi out and put them in, they've still got. The question wasn't the teams aren't allowed to. So you're still going to have Red Bull, Mercedes, and Ferrari at the top because they got more money to spend. So I didn't really think the question through, I guess, but interesting to consider. But yeah, the fact that they're, as I said, less than a tenth between 2 and 17. How does that happen? That's 15 individual humans being able to be that close across a minute. I think it was a minute and 20. I don't know what lap they were doing. What's a minute 20? Nah, I think it was a minute and 7.
Would that be Zandvoort?
Maybe. Yeah, that's where their first round was, wasn't it? That's where they were.
First round.
Second round? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with it. I don't know where they are now.
But yes, so...
But a minute and 7 does sound a bit like Zandvoort. That's a blinding lap for Tier 1, so it's longer than Austria, isn't it? Austria's about, what, minute 3, 4?
I think some of the esports guys can get like a minute 2.
Ugh. Gross.
But the main reason why they get so close is because they have unlimited time to practice. And they just sit there for hours upon hours upon hours, just getting every little minute detail right.
Must be nice.
There's only so much that you can do for real life F1 because there's limitations on practice. So not everyone is going to feel the exact same comfort.
This is why I wanted to pose the question to you, because I knew you'd bring the detail required to hash out the question and have it answered properly. Nicely done.
It's all about the extraneous variables.
Speaking of extraneous variables...
Oh shit, safety car's in this lap.
Late call for the safety car to come in there.
Codemaster's things strike again.
Tom Maloney has pitted. He has completed his mandatory pit stop, and he's sitting in P5, and he is right up behind these lads. Don't worry about that.
Well, actually, he's
not
back from these
lads. I don't know what happened there. I don't know whether he put the brakes on or what, but he was, and then he wasn't. Anyway, he's still here and amongst it. All these fellas in front. I noticed all the DNFs are on medium tyres too, by the way, obviously, other than Raj Sandhu. But these medium tyres, obviously not as grippy as they could be, or have been at other tracks. But anyway, we're back underway. Donny Sadewa still leading the way. Jesse McLean now in P2. And then Rudiccia, Aaron, and Tom here battling away. Tom on the very fresh, hard tyres. And probably with a little bit more pace in the cars in front of him, so he'll want to get these moves done as quickly as possible and get back to chasing after Jesse McLean and Donny Sadewa. He doesn't want to let Donny Sadewa create a pit stop's worth of gap. What is the pit delta here? About 30 seconds?
I think it's 25.
So he's just got to hang around in that window.
It's not an overly long pit lane here.
He's got to hang around in that window, and he's set himself up nicely with that free pit stop. Those hard tyres will be in a little bit of pain by the time we get to the end, but Grid Jokes has kindly advised us that they will make the 20 laps comfortably in terms of life. Maybe not in pace, but he'll make it to the end.
Yeah, well, without another safety car, fingers crossed, I mean, he's going to get a pretty decent gap once everyone else pits, so if it plays out, he's got tremendous pace over Aaron Gavin here. He's going to breeze past him down the straight, even without DRS. Get that move done.
Gridjerk seems to be a bit upset by the interpretation that JC.
And I am just reading back through chat too, and Diaboles are saying they'll be rubbish at the end, so maybe I have overstepped the gun there in interpretation of what was said. So now I am more excited to see what happens at the end of this race and whether these hards are actually any good. We'll find out.
Yeah, I reckon it will be a stretch. Probably get them to the end, but they will be right on puncture range.
But even though he is on the fresh boots, Tom's just dropping off the back a little bit, and he is sort of creating a bit of a train behind him too, so not quite with the same pace he had prior to the pit stops, Tom Maloney.
Well, he did just have to get past Aaron Gavin, who he himself had dropped back a little bit from Raditya.
If he's smart though, he might be playing a bit of a tyre management drive from here until the last sort of portion of the race. He might be wanting to look after them in the early parts of this stint to guarantee he'll be able to get them home to the end.
That would be the likely play, I'd say, for Tom Maloney from here. Obviously, he will know those hards probably won't.
Oh, who's that back there?
Yeah,
It's Travis Murdoch.
that's not a DNF. He's probably missing his front
Oh, it's a
window.
safety car anyways.
It is too.
Wow.
Right, well, there's a freebie for Donny Sadewa. Does he go into the pits now?
Is it really a freebie for him, though? Because Tom Maloney is going to get past him either way.
Yep, I think it's just going to reset everyone in the positions they were in before the first safety car. And it's going to put us all onto a fresh set of tyres and we go again. That's
Well, no,
very
because
odd.
Amuana has
Yeah,
jumped
Amuana.
up into P2.
Yeah.
So we do have a little bit of an adjustment there, but for the most part, yeah, it's back to the way it was before.
Well, there you go. That's a weird sort of safety car, that one. I wasn't expecting one there. I'll tell you what I was expecting was Travis to get disqualified. I expected him to be disqualified before we saw a safety car, but apparently that's gone the other way. I am glad to see Travis is able to continue. He's in the pit now, getting a new nose, I'm sure. The Haas team trying to sort him out.
Sort of makes you wonder a little bit why then Keelan Dryberg, since it wasn't a full safety car in the end, considering he was much more in the way than Travis Murdoch.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to pretend to understand Codemasters at the best of times, let alone today. We've had a couple of weird ones already.
My other question is, if Tom Maloney wasn't coming out of pit lane when Bender spun, would the game have DQ'd him for blocking pit lane?
Yeah.
It still would have blocked. It still would have DQ'd him for blocking pit lane.
Okay. I thought maybe it only did that because the game picked up that he'd blocked Tom Maloney, but maybe it was just an instant, if you puck across pit lane, you're done for.
Yeah, it's a very, very strict penalty for that kind of incident. I mean, spins at turn one, I'm sure, aren't particularly rare. So if they're just going to disqualify drivers every time they spin at turn one, I think that's something that needs to be looked at in a later patch, potentially. Ha, 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 ha.
Just don't spin at turn one.
Yeah, it must be easy. Just drive faster, that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, 9 left.
It's the wise words of Jan Deruvala's engineer once said, just drive fucking fast.
Here's our question, with 15 laps to go, how many finishes do we get?
2.
Yeah, we're not even halfway.
Oh, wow.
Not even halfway, and we've lost 5. Alex has gone big and said we're going to have 2 finishes.
You want to hear my prediction for that? I reckon Codemaster's ghosting system is going to mess up. Someone's going to crash at Castle, and everyone behind will crash and DNF. Travis just DNF
He
on
did
the
too.
safety car.
We're losing the speak. It is going to be 2. Goodness me.
We're slowing them down and they're still hitting the wall.
Goodness gracious. What are we witnessing? It is going to be a last man standing scenario here.
Well, I mean, we're still not halfway. We've had 5 DNFs. I mean, if we're going off of logic now, that'll basically mean we get another, 6 DNFs or so, and that would account to 2 left at the end.
Yeah, I think you're on it. I mean, the maths, it checks out. Baku Royale, that's good. Oh, dear.
And I think we have similar numbers for Tier 2 as well. I think there's only about 14 in Tier 2, so if we have a similar race there, Tier 1's got to look out, although I think Tier 1's attendance is actually looking quite good for once.
It did look healthy last time I checked for Tier 1. That's good. So we're looking forward to that. That'll be around about 7:30, 8 o'clock we get over there.
Yeah, that is 8 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Savings time.
Yeah, I'm just covering all bases because we've got 14 different time zones happening in Australia at the moment. So I was probably right, depending on where you are in Australia at some point.
If you just log on sometime around 7:30, you'll find a race.
Safety car calling in a little bit earlier this time.
Yes, because they've all caught up to the back of the safety car. I believe the safety car was called in late last time because there were people that came up to the safety car quite late, and the game was like, oh yeah, we're not at the safety car line yet. Okay, sure, we'll bring it in.
So the mandatory's all complete. Zach Graham's done 3 pit stops. But we'll see how the restart goes now. Tom just backing him up, as he is entitled to do. It's a very long straight, so he doesn't want to give them any more room. So here we go. The gas is on. A little bit of overtaking happening there between Jesse McLean and Donny Sadeo. I don't recall who was in front before they got to the finish line, but there's Jesse McLean spinning them up out of turn 1.
Amuena had a moment in front of him there, lit it up on the curb, and Jesse's had to react to that, and unfortunately it has cost him a bunch of positions.
Yeah, so he spun him up out of turn 1, and then he broke really deep into turn 2, which also cost him. So you're right, Jacob, he's had a terrible restart after the safety car on these brand new hard tyres. He's only 50% of the way through this race. It's a long way to go, but he is not on it here at all. He's going to have to find a way to put that in reverse and get going again. But at the back...
Page, someone get into in his ear and just tell him to settle down. There's still a long way to go in this race.
Yep. So there you go. That's the championship leader, by the way. And he is at the very back of the pack. Still P8, so still pretty handy points if he finishes, but he's got a lot of work to do in the last half of this race.
Well, if he finishes, then he'll finish P2, at least.
Yes, he will. Well, who's the next DNF then? Who? Oh, you don't want to label someone, but it's not a curse though. You get away with it if you're actually trying to kill someone. It's not really a curse. So I'm going to say Radica Kaswaro is the next person to DNF. Just a random pick on the grid there. Pick them out in the middle. Nothing personal whatsoever.
I reckon David McNulty will come back from the dead and then DNF again.
Oh, goodness me.
Because, I mean, technically he hasn't DNF'd. He's only been disqualified. So, really, if they undisqualify him, he could DNF.
Well,
just still no DRS this lap.
No, Tom's got to try and build a little gap here through the middle sector if he can, because if Donny... I don't think he'll be able to, because Donny is really strong in this middle sector, but... What looked to be a nice call for Tom Maloney getting in the pits and getting that free pit stop. As you said, it's all come undone now as everyone behind him got a free one on the next couple of laps. So not only did he lose the free pit stop to everyone else, he's now got 4 lap older hards than Donny Sadeo behind him.
Yeah, Jesse McLean's had to come into the pits for wing damage, and because the game only gives you 1 set of mediums and 1 set of hards, he's had to go onto his old set of mediums.
Oh no, bad to worse to shit for Jesse McLean. He'll have to do another pit stop. Those mediums they won't be making it to the end.
I reckon he's cooked his Baku to very much a blue rare.
My bet is you get a late safety car, Jesse slaps softs on, wins the race.
Wow. Wow.
I'm calling it.
Huge call.
Tom Maloney looked very wide through there.
Would have been interesting if he'd just got that wall a little bit, but we continue onwards with no damage done, and DRS is now enabled. So even without the DRS, oh no, Zach Graham's coming to the pits. Never mind.
You can see the difference in wing though. Donny Sadewa, without DRS and no assistance whatsoever, wasn't able to tuck up behind Tom Maloney even in the slipstream down the home straight. So Tom is running lower wing, that's for sure. But we've just resumed proceedings with Tom now going to tow Donny along. And Donny just going to enjoy the DRS through the first and third sector.
The Durs.
The Durs. While staying nice and close in this middle sector because he's got it glued to the ground. So,
tell you what, it's allowing Amuana and Aaron Gavin to catch up here and make it a bit of a four-way battle. Radici Suarez not too far behind in P5 either.
Yeah, really, this whole top 5 has a chance for a win. I mean, really, the entire grid has a chance for a win.
yeah, agreed, Peach. But it's only in the cars of our Southeast Asian friends who have a slightly higher ping than everyone else. So if we jump on board with Tom, not nearly as bad with him, who's got a low ping to my screen because he's obviously in Melbourne. So, oh no!
Oh, Jesus,
Oh, no.
if that is not a curse, I'm not sure what is.
Oh no, god damn.
Ah,
That is-
safety car's out.
Oh, another safety car for a spin.
Well, that's helped Jesse at least. So Tom's doing God's work for his Williams teammate and giving Jesse a way back into it with the safety car. But that is...
I reckon Tom must have had wing damage from the lap prior, because that's 2 or 3 laps in a row. He's run quite wide and looked very loose through there.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he's just been caught out this lap, but the random safety car is going to
Oh.
help him.
The race leader's gone past the safety car, so they're going to be doing a few laps here, I reckon.
Yeah, safety car is still waiting set on the track map there around the corner of turn 2. So Bert's decided not to pick him up on this particular lap. Well spotted by you, Alex Bowen. That's an interesting one. So I think that's Tom Maloney coming up to the safety car here, who will just be parked over to the left there. And indeed, they'll have to do a full lap with the Delta, and then the safety car will pick them up. So yeah, that's going to give Zach Graham and Jesse McLean plenty of time to catch up. I'm surprised Jesse McLean's not in the pit lane putting those hard tyres back on.
Zach Graham's put the softs on.
That's also
And
an interesting
with the
call.
with the amount of laps we're probably going to do under the safety car, you're probably going to have to do 6 or 7 racing laps. So I'm not sure how the soft tyres last around here, but it might not be a bad gamble.
Yeah, it might have a chance of working out, but I don't really think it will quite work in the end, although we'll see what happens with other drivers coming into the pits.
Look, we have seen the bug before where the safety car parks on the track and fails to pick up the leader, so let's pray that's not going to happen.
What? Is that a thing?
In the previous games it was. I haven't seen it in this game. I've seen it in past games.
There's a new bug every week. Goodness me. You're spot on, Peach. It's just broken.
But the safety car still is not moving.
But it's the best we've got. Safety
It
car's
is
away.
moving.
Oh,
It's
moving.
underway.
Oh.
Thank Christ for that.
Couldn't have got any worse, surely.
As long as no one alt tabs and safety car starts killing people. Because we don't want any more of that after what happened, I think, in Spa last game. In Tier 1 from memory. And Tom Maloney, of course, is coming to the pits because he had to put mediums on. He's now changing those tyres back to a different set.
Oh, both
And he's-
Williams drivers onto softs. They're going to gamble it, I guarantee it.
Well,
Ooh.
Tom's on the softs.
Ooh.
Jesse
Got to be
is...
putting the softs on too. You got nothing to lose here.
Yep, they got the softs
Yep,
out.
softs.
Good decision by the Williams lads, I reckon. I reckon this is going to pay off big time for them.
Ooh. Ooh. All right. That's worked a little bit of spice into an otherwise weird sort of race so far. It's just been difficult to watch. It's been very stop-start. Got a lot of bugs and whatnot, and it's just been a very tricky watch here in Tier 3. More safety cars than racing laps once again.
Yep, with the pit stops, it's going to be a little while yet before the safety car comes into the pits.
So yeah, just waiting for Tom Maloney, Zach Graham and Jesse McLean to catch up to this front pack. Donny Sadewa, Amuana and Radica Swaro on hard tyres at the moment, so they'll be bone cold and all sorts of tricky by the time we get restarted, which might give this man a little bit of a window into the top two. Aaron Gavin on the medium tyres at the moment. They're only 6 laps old. Not a bad position to be in at this point in the race. And as Jacob rightly said before, we're probably only going to have 7 or 8 racing laps by the time this safety car pulls in. But crucially, still 8 drivers left. So Alex shouting for 2 finishes in total.
It's still possible.
It is still possible, but it is just starting to get away from that a little bit.
If you have one driver die on each lap, then that leaves just 1 left pretty much.
My only concern with your estimate is that every time we've had someone DNF, or even when they're not DNFing, we're getting a safety car. So they're getting 3 or 4...
Correction, Keelan died and had a virtual safety car.
And we did also have someone die under safety car, so there goes my... Yeah, anyway, I don't know. I think 2...
Anything is possible, JC.
I'm just playing devil's advocate over here. I want to see it. I want you to be right. The scenes.
It would be chaotic. I mean, we saw, what, like 8 safety cars in the Bathurst 1000 last weekend.
What a race that was, by the way.
Yeah, fantastic.
Absolutely. One of the best races I've ever watched, that one.
Just wait until you watch the MotoGP race.
Can't wait. You've got me. You've absolutely sold me. Very much looking forward to that one.
MotoGP at Phillip Island is it just works.
Personally, I've never enjoyed, but actually, I don't think I've ever watched a MotoGP race. So this will be my first go. I don't know. I've never really been interested in motorbikes, but now I'm considering purchasing one, and all of a sudden I've got this flame that started up. Oh, I've got to go watch some MotoGP. And sure enough, as soon as I get that flame, it's like, oh, we're at Phillip Island. It's the Australian one, so it's a good time.
Yes.
And then you've said it's the best race in the world, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, easily the best race they've had this season as the safety car comes in. So it'll be Donny Sadewa from Amu Anna, Aaron Gavin, Raditya Swaro, Ethan Cotton, Tom Maloney, Zach Graham, Jesse McLean, and then the ghosts of Travis Murdoch, Joel Barry, Raj Sandhu, Keelan Dryberg, and Dave McNulty, who, well, I mean, they can compete in the ghost world, but I don't think they can have much influence here, as Donny's gone very early. And that's going to get caught by the safety car, I reckon.
So you reckon the game has just thrown the brakes on him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Donny has gone way too early. Same thing happened at Singapore in Tier 1, but hasn't caused too much of an issue.
But they've gotten away with it here. Everyone seems to be clean through turn 1, moving into turn 2.
Oh,
On the
Raditya's hit the
from
wall.
Raditya. Jesse McLean's jumped up to P5 already. He is on the march. He's gained 4 positions already in the opening lap here.
Soft tyres working for now. You're looking to pull Tom Maloney along as well, who's not far behind. He'll look to take the scalp of Raditya Swaro here soon.
I reckon Raditya's got some wing damage after hitting the wall, so he's got to be careful.
Oh, is he going to send it up the inside here, Tom? This is a tricky corner to get it done, but there's plenty of inside curb there that he can cut, so he does. That's a nice move. Tom Maloney up into P5. These soft tyres working their way up towards the front of the pack.
Do they hang on though? Someone in chat, tell me, what are the soft tyres last around here?
Who's that dead back there?
That's Aaron Gavin.
Aaron Gavin. I did say he was in a good spot on those medium tyres coming out of the safety car. So I'm just going to put my Jacob pants on and stop talking about people tonight, I think. Oh, speaking of dead people, Tom Maloney's dead! Oh, no! The soft tyres have not worked on this occasion. Has he got all his wing in place? That's my question.
No.
Does he carry on? Oh, it looks like he does. He looks like he's got no damage.
Oh,
If he
Zach
had
Graham,
blocked
I
the
reckon,
wall
has damage. Either that or it's Ethan Cotton ahead, or no, Tom Maloney definitely doesn't have
Yeah.
it.
He's not gonna. Surely he's not gonna do that again.
Tom's controller disconnected.
Oh, no. What? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Just...
Wait, is he using keyboard then?
Let's have a look at these inputs. Nah, because they'd probably look the same as pad inputs, wouldn't they? I don't even know.
No, that's definitely keyboard. That looks like keyboard.
Well, this would be heroic if you could bring it home on the keyboard. I'm not sure. Nah, Pete's just saying that it's just dropped in and out.
I'm not sure how anyone drives this game on the keyboard. I am absolutely terrible at it.
What a story that would have been.
He's still in P5 though, so he's still in there. Jesse McLean's up there in P3 and he is catching the top two at a rapid rate of knots, but can those soft tyres hang on? Looking further down the field, everyone is spread back out again. No one's got DRS at the moment.
Jacob, John is saying in chat something very, very spicy, and if that is the case, a bit of Kovacs on Kovacs action has occurred, I think.
Oh, they've hit each other.
Oh, no, there'll be some stern words. Not sure what's happened there. It's worked out for one and not the other. Jesse McLean, as you said, up here in P3, closing the gap with 6 laps to go. And he needs to do so because Donny Sadeh, we're currently in P1. P2 in the championship. He's looking to close that gap.
Yellow flag. Sector
Tom Maloney. Tom Maloney's round again in Sector 3. So he is parked against that wall. I'd say he's probably missing his wing now. No.
Indestructible pad
the
wings.
controller just did it again.
Oh, no. It's an actual controller problem. So what is he going to do? He's going to
Use the keyboard!
just jump on the keyboard. Just cut it. Just do it. Cut the umbilical cord from the pad. Just jump on the keyboard. Bring it home. Last 5 laps. I kind of want to stay with him now because if the controller just disconnects at any point, who's that up there weaving around? That's Zach Graham trying to get some warmth into his tyres or something. What's he up to?
You don't want to wear them out any quicker than they're already going to wear out. That seems very odd. He's just having a bit of fun out there in P6.
He's dead set weaving around like he's trying to get temperature into them, but as you said, there's... Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. Anyway. Looks like he's driving on soap.
Jesse's chopped over a second off Amuana in P2. So he's nearly within the DRS zone here. I don't know if the soft tyres have got 5 more laps in them, but we could be on here.
He's got to make sure those softs don't die out though. He's got to keep an eye on their wear because they'll die out. When they die out, oh, they're dead. Sounded like a Will Buxton quote.
I was going to say it's a
When
little...
you die, you're dead.
yeah.
As yellow flag in Sector 2, and it is Zach Graham.
Well, I'm hardly surprised by Zach Graham spinning it because he was trying to spin it by the look of it, so I'm not sure what he's...
Amuana is in DRS range.
Nice.
I reckon Donny's made a little mistake there because he was nearly 1.5 seconds clear.
It was 1.1 going onto the straight.
He's got it open here. So even though Donny Sadeh got a nice exit out of turn 2 there, he extended that gap a little bit. Amuana closes it up again using the DRS. So it is an interesting last 4 laps we've got coming for you here. Can Jesse McLean close this gap, pinch P2 or even P1? Can Donny Sadeh hang on? And can Amuana display the same sort of pace that he's displayed in the last 5 or 6 rounds since joining the Legend Series and pull one out of the bag here and get P1?
Okay, so you know how you were saying Zach looked like he was just warming up his tyres?
Mm-hmm.
That is exactly what he was doing.
Right.
because he is disconnected a few times this race, and when you rejoin, the game resets your tyres to 0 degrees.
Do they stay at 0 degrees, or do you get temp back in them?
I'm assuming you get temp back in them eventually, but you've just got to try and survive.
Who's this? Jesse McLean! He's out here doing donuts.
Oh.
Speaking of cold tyres, there goes those ones. They're cooked now. 5 laps
They won't
old.
be
Those
cold.
softs have had enough.
They will not be cold. They will be very, very warm. He's going to be careful through here. Doesn't want to lose the rear end.
Oh, he's done well. He's hung on to it.
Now,
But now what? You just got to stick it out for 3 laps and hope you can bring it home, surely.
hang on. You've got a 7-second gap back to Aaron Gavin.
Into the box. Into the box.
I personally would have just tried to hang him out.
Yep.
I reckon those tyres would have been done for after that spin, though.
After the spin, you reckon? Yeah.
You do not want to risk it.
So his Williams teammate, also on the same strategy, is staying out. So he's going to try and bring it home over the next 3 laps, but he hasn't cooked his top. Well, he has. We did see him spin about a lap ago, so he's got the same wear and tear on those softs. But there's just soft strategy, by the way. We're talking about Raj Sandhu only completing 2 laps on those softs and not getting an idea of what the softs are capable of. We've just seen both Williams drivers. They had them on for 4 laps and then they spun. So that is about what they are capable of. They're absolutely terrible here by the look of it.
Thought, could Jesse be going for fastest lap?
I
He
think
has.
he probably is now.
Has to now,
I think-
yeah.
Get in the DRS zone of Tom if you can. Try and grab that fastest lap of the race, bag some extra points.
Now, here's an interesting question for you. Tom Maloney currently P6 in the championship. Does he slow down and give Jesse McLean that tow? And does he indeed allow him to pinch P5 for the good of Jesse McLean's championship hopes?
I think Tom probably would.
I'm guessing it depends on how quickly Jesse catches up, because he's catching pretty quickly, so may not have a choice in this.
That'll
Tom
be...
has been the #1 teammate, and he has been absolutely fantastic in Jesse McLean's hunt for the championship all season so far.
I would have agreed with you prior to a bit of Kovacs on Kovacs action about 7 or 8 laps ago. I wonder how Tom feels about it. Oh dear, that'll be interesting. But speaking of interesting, we've got 2.5 laps to go, and Amuana is still right up underneath the back wing of Donny Sadewa here. Donny Sadewa, it must be said, has looked pretty comfortable for most of this race. He has come in and smited the doubters, the naysayers saying that the higher wing setup might not be the way to go. He's been out the front for most of this race. His pace through the middle sector has allowed him to really command this race, and it's just gone the way he's wanted it to go. So a little something in that for the Tier 2 and Tier 1 boys to have a consider. And as you can see through here, Amuana closes the gap in the DRS zones and gets within about half a second, but just cannot hang on to the back of Donny through this middle sector, through Castle and then up through here. And it's nearly a second by the time they get to this DRS detection zone, which Amu again is within.
He's just hanging in there. He can gain a good chunk of time down the straight here. He can get a good exit.
Where is the detection point? Is it just up here around this right-hander, isn't it?
Yeah, round the right-hander here, just before the safety car line, I believe.
Yep, so he's
Right
within
there.
that. Yep, 8 tenths. And there's your DRS. It opens up. It's
2
out.
laps to go. Still anyone's game here. It's gaining a lot of time under the DRS here.
Absolutely, but he's got to get turn 1 right, and turn 2 especially, because Donny, we've seen all night, just gets the power down with this higher downforce setup. He just gets the traction down so well. And it doesn't allow the drivers to use the DRS. Look at him just pull away. He gets the traction down really well.
Dead in sector 3.
That's Tom Maloney.
Tom Maloney is in the wall again, just as Jesse was right up his rear end, as Jesse does grab the fastest lap of the race. He was towing Jesse along on the straight there, and unfortunately he has ended up in the wall. But Jesse gets those extra points for fastest lap, which I do not think anyone's going to beat now.
Although Tom Maloney's just coming into the pits, so we'll see.
Oh, Tom's going to try and pinch it back.
Imagine that. Inches it on the last lap.
Please. Please, for the love of God. The scenes in the Kovacs chat room after that would be funny. Goodness me. It's been a poor night for Williams tonight. Both drivers having spins, and Tom leading this race, looking pretty commanding at one point. But it's all gone astray. It is down to Donny Sadewa and Amu Anna to sort it out on this last lap. But again, Amu just can't stay with Donny through the middle sector, and therefore doesn't get close enough during this DRS zone to make any sort of move. Absolutely sucks up behind him during this first phase of DRS here. Down into turn 1 is really close, but can't get the traction down out of turn 2 and can't get it done.
A bit further back on this occasion.
Just needs to try and hang with Donny through the middle sector on this lap. Put it all out there, because if you can be 5 or 6 tenths behind him in that DRS zone, you can probably close up coming up to the start-finish line.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy because Donny just has so much speed in that middle sector.
And he's getting great exits too out of all these corners that lead into the DRS zones. He's managing to get the power down.
Seems to be pushing a little bit more of the limits of the track as well than Amuana.
Tell you what, Jesse is reeling in Aaron Gavin too, so Jesse's still on for P4 here.
Amu's looking a little closer on this occasion.
Oh, it's
Never
a
mind.
huge moment there.
There goes that.
Is done and done.
Yep. Well outside the DRS now, so unless Donny makes some sort of calamitous error here, you would assume it is his race to lose. And he has made no errors so far tonight. He's looked really strong. This not only is the higher downforce setup good in the middle sector, it's probably a little safer too. So on a track like Baku, where safety is paramount, he's absolutely nailed the strategy tonight. He's done really well, Donny Sadewa. And as we discussed earlier on in the broadcast, he is P2 in the championship at the moment, trying to track down Jesse McLean. And being only 60 points behind him, I would guess, just a guess, not sure how the drop rounds play out, but he is going to really close the gap and potentially take the lead of the championship. Donny Sadewa, after a really commanding performance here in Baku. Amuana with a very nice race to pinch P2.
Jesse is going for that P4. He's already got fastest lap of the race. Can he reel in Aaron here?
Can he get there?
It's going to be very close. I think Aaron is going to hang on.
Not quite. So it is Radice Kaswaro on the podium in P3, and Aaron Gavin does hang on for P4, a deserved P4. Quietly went about his business and did nicely to hang it up there. Jesse McLean with a night to forget kind of, but he'd still be pretty happy with a purple lap and a P5. But as I said before, Donny may just have picked up enough points to have taken the lead. That'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. So we await the abacus, and Decker's working on that. Tom Maloney has pinched the purple on the last lap.
Oh, Jesse is going to be furious.
Oh, no. He has
Williams
stolen.
Teammates.
He has stolen, what is it, 3 points or something off
It
you?
is. It's a good chunk of points. I believe it's 3 points for fastest lap. So that could come back to haunt Jesse later on.
Wow. Imagine at the end of the season, there's 3 points the difference. We'll all remember Baku. We'll just keep little tabs on what a night this has been for the Williams team. It's been a show. But this man, Donny Sadewa, very, very strong performance tonight here in Baku. His second win of the season. The first coming in the first round at Hungary. It's been a long time between chocolates, but he's up there now, giving Amuana a bit of a spray, which is returned in kind.
I just want to put it out there. I don't know what track limits are like around Baku, but we did not have a single penalty for anything in that race. I know we had a few DNFs, but no pens at all. So well done to Tier 3.
Yeah, spot on.
It makes doing the result sheet a lot easier. That's for sure.
Yeah, well spotted. I hadn't considered that. There's plenty enough to cut too, so they've done pretty well here, Tier 3. Just kept it all together and kept it on track. Donny Sadewa, P1 from pole. Really strong performance tonight. Wasn't able to get the purple lap because his strategy was spot on, but Amuana, P2, Radicha Kaswaro, P3. And then Aaron Gavin, Jesse McLean, Ethan Cotton, Tom Maloney. Ethan Cotton had a very quiet night, by the way. I don't think I said his name once tonight. So from P12 up into P6. Nice little performance there for Ethan. Tom Maloney, Zach Graham, Travis Murdoch. And David McNulty, the top 10. There's a whole lot of DNFs down there, so I don't think those guys claim points. And then welcome back to Rush Sandu as well.
6-stop strategy for Zach Graham there.
So that's the end of Tier 3 for you. An interesting race, to say the least. A lot of fans in chat saying that was a good one to watch. I, for one, thought that could have been a little cleaner, but you never really know when you get to Tier 3. Let's see how Tier 2 goes. We will return in around about 10 minutes for that one. Grab yourselves a drink, stretch your legs, and we shall return. Alexis Bowen, thank you for joining us for Tier 3. Very best of luck in Tier 1 for you.
Thank you as always. It's always nice to commentate over Tier 3. It usually picks a bit of action, but yes, I will be driving in Tier 1 tonight, so hopefully that is as clean as possible.
A couple of little lessons learnt there about the soft tyres and perhaps a bit of a downforce change for those in Tier 1, so we look forward to seeing you there. I'll be back in 10 minutes with Jacob Weatherburn, and we'll see you then.
survive, and you're still alive. Carry on. Even if you've been misled and all of your dreams are dead. Carry on. Even if you can't forget, take a quick look and settle your regrets.
Not far away now. Let's get ready to kick it off. Tier 2 looking like it's just getting underway now. So we'll head on over and jump into qualifying shortly. Before we do that, a very, very warm welcome to Mr. David Bender McNulty. Hello to you, sir.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Tell us more. And of course, Jacob and I, with hands on our hearts, promise we didn't laugh. Tell us what happened when you came around turn 1 there.
I don't know. suddenly had no grip, and then I was crashing into the inside wall, and then couldn't even select reverse before I was DQ'd.
It did look instant. It looked instant. And we questioned whether if no one was coming out of the pit lane when you spun, would you still have been disqualified?
That's what I was thinking. Maybe it's because there were a couple of cars there, but ghosting was on, so they could have just driven through me. But it felt so fast. I couldn't even select reverse before it said taking control and said disqualified for blocking the pit lane.
Yeah, Jacob was all over it. He's the one who said it was... Sorry, Jacob.
I said it was almost instantaneous. Like, as soon as you went across the pit lane, it DQ'd you. And I believe if the cars weren't at pit exit, I don't think it would have DQ'd you.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a last-second decision not to pit as well. So, if I had a pit, it probably wouldn't have happened.
Oh, dear. It was disappointing because your pace looked... You obviously weren't storming the world down with your pace, but it looked consistent. It looked like you're on. And considering how many had already DNF'd and there was a few more after, you were on for points. You're on for P7, P8 or whatever it was. So, yeah, very disappointing end of that one. But as you said, it happened in an instant. We weren't even watching you when it happened. I think it was the car in front that we had the camera on. So it was definitely on stream. But by the time I managed to flick the camera to you to watch you try and recover your car, you'd been disqualified. It was just... As you said, it was almost instant. And it's a weird one because I'm sure you're not the only person who's ever spun at turn 1. I'm sure it's a pretty common sort of thing that happens every now and then. So does everyone get disqualified there? Or, as Jacob said, just because you had other cars coming out the pit lane at the time?
Yeah, it'd definitely be something to test and try and replicate. Something else I heard was when there's... I don't know how true or accurate this is, but apparently there's a bug when... safety car or virtual safety car comes out, all your tire temperatures get set to massively low temperatures. Is that true? Does anyone in chat know more about that? That's something I've heard today.
Jacob, you want to tell him or me?
I believe it happened to poor old Zach Graham.
Yep.
I believe he disconnected from the race or something, and when he joined back in, his tyre temps were set to 0 degrees, and he had a hell of a few laps, but I'm pretty sure Zach's in chat, so he'll be able to either confirm or deny if that did happen.
Wow, so that's actually a thing.
That's actually a thing.
Incredible. Wow.
Well, nothing surprises us at the moment.
Esports ready.
Yep. Look, they got rid of this bug here on this wall here underneath the Emirates banner, and that's a huge bug, like killing people's races based on a wall that's jutting out and killing. That needed to be fixed. But as we've seen, and you know, it's been demonstrated in the past, they're just not going to fix minor stuff that doesn't really affect. Oh God, that is Bodie Mick.
Bodie Mick.
Straight into the wall. He is the first person out of the pit lane, so he's clearly keen tonight. But he's probably a little bit too keen there into turn 1, and he's probably missing a little bit of front wing there because he gave it a bit of a kiss on the way through. So it's not the start he would have been looking for. Although we did see Keelan Dryberg do a lap with a broken front wing in qualifying for Tier 3 and plonked himself in a P3 with it. So I don't know if Bodie's going to come into the pits here or try and do a Keelan Dryberg, but there won't be a...
Zach Graham saying in chat the game set his tyre temps at minus 60 degrees.
Wow. That's minus 60. That's incredible.
So you're driving around on ice at that point. I'm not sure those tyres have any grip whatsoever.
I was just going to say on the front wing things, another thing, I think it was race director in Tier 3 said, if you use the racing line, all the braking points are slightly too far away, or sorry, too close to the corner, where if you brake using the racing line, you'll end up in the wall.
Oh, so it's
Yeah,
too late, the braking.
That is correct. The rate, if you use racing line, the braking marker on the racing line is too deep. You will run deep on nearly every single corner.
There are
You
other
need to
tracks
brake
where the
about-
racing line's too late, though, and if you brake, you're braking too late. So they just haven't got it consistent at all, have they?
So majority of the time, I do believe you need to brake about 10, 15 meters before the actual racing line would tell you to brake, if anybody is using racing line.
Poor old
Oh, I
Bergs.
wonder- I was going to say, I wonder if Aaron Heather was doing that because he's just DNF'd at the castle section.
Here he is here. Oh, and it's balked Corbin too. I'm not sure if Corbin knows that ghosting's on, and of course everyone is told to treat ghosted cars as if they are not ghosted, because obviously there's a few inconsistencies there too. But Corbin definitely hesitated there when he saw Berg parked across the road. So that's just going to cost him a couple of tenths here on his lap. Speaking of laps, welcome to Jin Bin Chong, by the way. Jin Bin Chong is a debutant here in Tier 2, skipping Tier 5, 4, and 3. Don't worry about them. He's straight up here in Tier 2, and he's straight into the 39s, is Jin Bin Chong. Welcome to you, sir, and have fun in your Red Bull. That's a nice flying lap. We'll see how Corbin Hannah comes across the line here and puts himself into P6 with a 41.3. So what might have been there? Would he be in the 40s? If not for that little, well, I'm not going to say error, but it wasn't an error. He had Aaron Heather parked across the bloody roads. It's not his fault.
Yeah, I think it's just unfortunate timing there. Definitely looked like it cost him, as you said, a few tenths, but still, where are we, 12, 13 minutes to go.
Yep. Yeah, plenty of time. Here is your Tier 2 championship leader, ladies and gentlemen. Ben Curtis up into P4 with a 41.0. Currently leading the way by 12 points, if you don't mind. How close do you need Tier 2 to be? 12 points between this man, Ben Curtis, and Suma, who's in P2. There's Robert Yarn. He's got his lap down already. He's a 41.3. So he's on his way into the pit lane now. Andre McLeod is P3 in the championship. He's also completed his lap. He almost killed himself in the pit lane there, but he managed to avoid it. So the two Alpine drivers doing very nicely here in Tier 2. They are 1 and 3. And then Corbin Hannah, as we discussed before, currently P4. And Nick Randell, P5. They're the top 5 in the Tier 2 championship. And they are separated by 60 points. So not a lot in it at all at the top of Tier 2.
Apex has asked in chat, what was Tier 3 pole? From memory, I believe it was a 39.8 from Donny.
Yep, correct. And Alex Bowen rightly said that 39.8 would be good for P5 in Tier 2. So we'll see how that plays out. Round about P5. I'm not going to quote Alex exactly there, but she did mention it would be right up there in Tier 2. It was a very, very hot lap from Donny Sadewa, which we didn't think would translate into race pace based on what we knew was a very high wing setup for Donny Sadewa, but he went on to win the race. So I wonder if any lessons have been taken from Donny Sadewa's performance in Tier 3. And if a couple of setups might have just been adjusted in time trial prior to jumping on track here.
How do we know it was a high wing setup, though?
You could just see the difference in sector times through Sector 2. He was blindingly quick through Sector 2. That car was just glued to the road. And then while he was in the lead, there was cars behind... Sorry, he would be P2, behind Tom Maloney without DRS after a safety car restart. And Tom Maloney would be, probably 200 metres in front. So there's a bit of a slipstream there. He just wouldn't catch him, wouldn't get anywhere near him. So Tom Maloney definitely running lower wing than Donny Sadewa, and no one could get near Donny Sadewa's middle sector time. So definitely a higher wing setup for him. And as we were talking about it in qualifying, Alex and Jacob, we said, that's probably only going to work in qualifying. Once the DRS opens, he's just going to get swallowed up. But he demonstrated that wasn't the case at all. He had a really good race, and basically, I was going to say led from start to finish. We had too many safety cars. It was too much of a jumbled order, but he dominated the race. He looked really strong all night, and he never once made an error. almost everyone else made errors or spins or tapped a wall at some point. He just looked strong. So I think there's something to that.
Sorry to cut you off there, JC, but Bodie Mick has DNF'd himself at turn 1. So he may be parked across that pit entry.
That's where he had problems before too, turn 1.
So that's him done in qualifying. He hasn't even set a lap yet. So that's 2 drivers now that are going to be starting from the back.
Yeah, right. That's not ideal for Bodie. Very up and down season, Bodie Mick. Currently P15 in the championship. I think that's a little bit low. I think he's a bit quicker than that, but he's just had too many DNFs. So, unfortunate season for Bodie Mick. Still plenty of time to go. Maybe scrape into the top 10, 9 drivers if he gets the last couple of rounds right. Bear among men, he has done a 59.3. That's not particularly hot. Let's jump on here with Jin Bin Chong and see what his pace is like. Goodness me, up there in P1 on debut here in Tier 2. Who's he got there in front of him? That's the Ferrari of Momo, potentially.
And he's currently 2/10 up on his lap. Whether he got balked by that Ferrari there or not, I'm not sure. We'll have to wait till the split time at the end of Sector 2, but he's definitely on it here in the early stages of the lap.
It's Michael Gray who we went past, and I'm not sure if Michael's on a hot lap or not. He's got plenty of battery left, but essentially Michael Gray, if he's on a hot lap there, was overtaken on a hot lap, which of course Jin Bin Chong might not be entirely across the rule book yet, having just debuted tonight. So, oh, that's a massive slap into the wall there too for Bear Among Men back there. Michael Gray giving the wall a fair old visit.
If he walked on a hot lap, he's not now.
So, let's just see Jin Bin come down the straight here. Jacob said before he was up on his lap. Have we come through the 3rd sector gate yet? No, we haven't. So he's going to hit the finish line, and we're not going to know until he gets there. No, he just didn't want it. Was 2/10 up, but obviously not good enough, or he's dropped a bunch in the 3rd sector, so gave up on it.
Andre McLeod's another quick one. He'll be looking to get into that 39s. I'm not sure how deep we're going to go into the 39s.
Yeah, unlike Tier 1, the Tier 1 guys get their fast laps out straight away, don't they? And they're on it straight away. The Tier 2 guys are a bit different. They like to wait until the back end of the qualifying session before they start getting really hot. They take a bit of warming up, the Tier 2 fellas. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple more 39s come out, and maybe even a sort of mid-39.
You'd expect there would be a bit of track evolution, particularly around Baku, being a street circuit.
For sure. Yep, very interesting. Last 6 minutes we've got coming up. I'm the GOAT, Bodie. That sounded a little facetious. Unlucky, mate. That's a long race, and as you saw in Tier 3, plenty of DNFs and safety cars on offer, so if you can keep your nose clean during the race, still a good result on for you. So keep your head up.
I'm not sure who's on flying laps at the moment. We've got Andre about to start a flyer.
He's halfway through his battery. I thought he was on one.
Well, he was, but he was 3 seconds down on his split time at the end of Sector 1. So
Oh, right. Okay, never mind that then.
was a bug. No, he's in the pits.
Right, okay.
We got Ben Curtis coming down the straight at the moment.
Crosses the line, Ben Curtis, and improves by 4/10. Up in a P3 he goes. The two Alpines currently 2 and 3. Suma definitely not on a lap. Neither's Corbin Hannah.
Everyone might be getting ready to just reset themselves for their final run. Still got a Red Bull down there in P15 that's yet to set a lap yet.
Bevo's on his way in. I would say Deckers is on his way in here too. So yeah, everyone just gearing up for this last 4-minute dash. The last laps coming in. What's Harry doing?
I'm surprised how brave people are being on the pit entry in qualifying. The race I can understand, you can gain a few seconds there, but it can easily DNF you in qualifying.
Yeah, we saw a couple of interesting pit entries during the race. As you said, it's probably more expected in the race, but no, they do. They hammer it in there, don't they? DNF predictions, Amuana. What do you reckon? How many DNFs here in Tier 2?
What do we have? 5 in Tier 3?
6.
And we thought we were on for 6. We thought we were on for a lot more than that at one stage. So I'm going to say 4.
I'm going to go big. I'm going to say 7, so half the field.
You would think that's big, but Alex Bowen said that there'd be 2 finishes total in Tier 3, and we were well on our way. We were well on our way. By the time we got to 50% through the race, we had gone through more than 50% of our DNF, so we were well on the way. It was a huge call, but she was adamant we'd have 2 total finishes. Tier 2, I'm going to go low. I'll say there's only 2 DNFs here in Tier 2. And those 2 DNFs will both be from drivers who spin themselves. There won't be a collision. There'll be some really nice, tidy battling, but they will make it through unscathed Tier 2, other than 2 spins. I'm not going to try and pick out who they'll be.
I thought you were well on your way to personally curse some people then.
Well, I'm going to claim this as an RR record. I think it would need verifying, but here you go. I think it was back many, many years ago in the mythical Asia Tier 2 race. We had a race at Monaco. I believe there were 18 starters, 5 drivers finished, and P5 completed 14 pit stops.
My lord.
That's more pit stops than flying laps. That's amazing.
Someone please dig that up and confirm that.
Please do. I'd give that a watch.
I'm not sure how long Twitch keeps streams, but it was on back in the day when we were on Twitch. Myself, Spaceman Eugene, hope you're out there doing well, mate. Broadcasting Tier 1 Asia, and those were the days. You had to be there.
Jinbin is half a second up on his lap here. There's 4.1 tenths up at the end of Sector 2, so he is on for a mid-39.
Goodness me, what have we got ourselves into here with Jinbin Chong, who's just come in here to Tier 2 and stormed down the field with a 39.4? What?
Bang.
Black.
Christ! Note that down, 39.428. Someone put that down on a piece of paper. We're going to see how that flies in Tier 1, because Jinbin's not going to be hanging around here in Tier 2 much longer. With that kind of pace, goodness gracious, Jinbin. Boy, oh boy, wowee, what about that? Andre McLeod is on an invalid lap, so hopefully he's got his battery turned off. Because we've seen most qualifying laps take a bit more than 50% of your battery to get done, so he'll need to save a little bit of that if he's going to have one more crack at this. That's a beautiful little off-camber camera angle there too, by the way. I don't mind that. That's lovely from the race directors here in Baku. The race directors? The broadcast directors? I don't know. Whoever points the bloody camera around.
Either way, Jinbin is 7 tenths clear of P2.
That's pretty
That is
nuts.
a stonking lap.
Yeah.
We thought Donny being half a second clear in Tier 3 was crazy, but he has laid it down on his debut at the moment. Let's see if anybody can get remotely close to that time.
I'm just going to stick with Andre here, who loves himself a pole position. He had plenty of them last season. And he's only got the 3... Sorry, I want to say 3. He's only got 1. He's got 3 podiums. He's only got the 1 pole position so far this season. And I think it's probably going to stay at around about 1, because he's got to find 7 tenths on this lap to get anywhere near Jinbin.
He was definitely a bit loose out of turn 2 there. Yeah, so find 7 tenths in a lap. Checkered flags out. He's going to have to put together the lap of the gods to get close to that 39.4.
He's down by 2 tenths. Yeah. And
oh, and for good measure puts it in the wall.
there goes that lap. So I did mention at the start of Tier 3, Alexis Bowen, one of them, but the Alpine drivers tonight not done a lot of practice, a lot of chat around in the Alpine garage that they've not particularly practiced this one. They're just going to try and make it through. He's struggling with those tyres now, so that might be the case here for Andre as well, who's not done a great deal of practice.
I'm surprised we've only seen one driver into the 39s at the moment. Thought we would have seen more from Tier 2. It seems like they've struggled to extract the pace out of the car that we thought they might have been able to.
Well, Donnie would have been on the front row.
Yeah. Yep.
Kenneth doesn't improve. He's going to stay P11.
Doesn't improve his position. He improved his lap by 7/10, but it wasn't enough to sneak in front of Ethan Small there into the top 10. So Kenneth starting from P11 tonight. Ben looks to be going pretty slowly here, as I think that's Suma making his way past. But he's also not on a lap, so he comes in.
Very fast past Ben Curtis there to just put it into pit lane.
Andre McLeod won't be posting another lap. That's everyone done. Ladies and gentlemen, Jin Bin Chong on debut in Tier 2 with a 39.4. That is unbelievably quick from the debutant. But as you said, Jacob, interesting to see that none of our Tier 2 regulars could break into the 39s. And, I don't know, considering we thought they were probably going to be around about mid-39 here in Tier 2, that's an interesting development. So now you kind of got to wonder, how much does Jin Bin win this race by? Or can something get in the way? We've obviously seen lots of safety cars and DNFs in Tier 3. Might be the case here in Tier 2 as well. Jin Bin driving for Red Bull tonight. Might be driving in Tier 1 next week with that kind of pace. Goodness gracious. That is a ridiculous lap. 39.428 is good enough for pole here in Tier 2. Andre McLeod is 7/10 back in the Alpine. Alpines in 2 and 3. And then Dale Beveridge and Robert Wenzel the top 5. So that's goodness me, you've got to wonder what kind of race we're in for here, and who the hell thought it was a good idea to put Jin Bin in Tier 2, because that's ridiculous pace. Probably not room in Tier 1 tonight by the sound of it. It looks like we're going to have a full grid for Tier 1, which would be nice. But yeah, I think next week when we head off to Circuit of the Americas, Jin Bin might be just getting a little touch on the shoulder and say, hey, you want to step up to Tier 1 and see how that goes?
Unfortunately, he's put a stonking lap in on a track that outright pace does not really matter in the race. There's, you're pretty much guaranteed a safety car or two around here, so it's not always the fastest driver's going to win. He's got to put good strategy together around the safety cars that we're probably going to get, and sometimes a cleaner driver can beat outright pace on these street circuits. But 7/10 clear of everyone else is... That's ridiculous. That's bloody impressive.
Zach Graham asking, where are the Maccas tonight? Well, one of them is Neil Alexander, and he's got his scuba gear on, trying to dig himself out of a pool in Tasmania somewhere, which is halfway underwater at the moment. So, yeah, he's had a very, very busy week, Neil Alexander, with all the floods and stuff that happened down there. So that's where he is. He's predisposed. As for Franco, I'm not entirely sure where Franco is tonight.
Well, there's a lot of places that are flooding. I know there's several suburbs and areas in SA and Victoria as well that are suffering from floods. So I hope everyone out there that's affected is staying safe.
When you said Tasmania, all I can imagine is Mull and OOR HQ being in a tinny, and he's keeping OOR afloat.
It's going to Atlantis.
I could just imagine him, round in this little tinny, all these computers on board.
Yeah.
Doing all the submissions.
Wouldn't be surprised. Indeed. Where's your driver roster for Tier 2? That'll be there. That's who we've usually got in the chairs of each car. Obviously, a few unable to make it tonight, as Bender rightly pointed out. A lot of scenarios around Australia at the moment where people are being disadvantaged. So best wishes to them. So just the grid of 15 tonight, I think. 14 or 15 there might have been. But as I said, it looks like we're going to have a nice chock-a-block tier 1. So looking forward to that one. Hello, Avids. Jared Ellis, he's in chat. Speaking of tier 1, good evening to you, handsome sir. Twitch deletes VODs after 6 months. That's disappointing. So unless we've got those clipped, I think clips would probably save for as long as you'd want them to. But no, the VODs look like they've disappeared from the annals of history, which is disappointing.
Yeah, just about 3-4 years past the 6 month cut-off period.
Well, there's a lot of Baku hate coming through from drivers too. Kenneth Ang in here saying he's not a big fan. It's a bit of a bogey track for the Bear Among Men as well.
I don't know. I mean, this is, once again, going back a long way. It's produced some great racing over the years for us. I mean, back when we had the full rainbow selection of tyres, I think it was the Hyper Softs to the Ultra Softs, or whatever, the two softest compounds. Someone in one of the Asia splits, I think it was Zeno, made that strategy work. And no one was like, no, it can't work. The tyres will be just dead or something. And he made it work and won the race and just cruised off into the sunset. It's like, that's insane. How do you do that?
Yeah, a couple of differing strategies coming through in Tier 3. The soft tyres came out a few times. Raj Sandhu, welcome back to Raj Sandhu. He chucked the softs on at the start and gave that a go, but only lasted 2 or 3 laps before he DNF'd. And then both Williams drivers decided to put the softs on too during one of the safety cars later on in the race, and both did the same thing. Lasted 4 or 5 laps on those softs before spinning them up and giving them a fair old cook. So, yeah, the soft tyres just not ideal here at all. Unless you can get a late safety car and put them on with 4 or 5 laps to go. There's just not much use to them whatsoever. But in saying that, Deckers, Kenneth Ang, Michael Gray, all starting on soft tyres. So no hard tyres on the grid at the start. Interesting.
I find that very surprising. But I'm not the one out there driving, so who knows? Is weather going to play a part?
I was just going to say that. It looks pretty murky.
Yeah, whether there's going to be rain coming early on or not, I'm not sure. We haven't had any inside word.
So maybe they're just putting the softs on, thinking that a bit of rain, a bit of moisture potentially coming throughout the first half of the race, which is why you're not seeing any hard tyres either, because they're just simply not going to be required. We're going to jump onto intermediate. Might be the case. Anyway, let's get ready to head on down to turn 1 here in Tier 2. Jin Bin Chong leading the way in the Red Bull there on the left-hand side, but Andre McLeod's had a ripper of a start. Down the inside he goes. And indeed, the Williams there of Dale Beveridge as well down the inside of Jin Bin Chong. So Jin Bin just spinning him up a little bit as he got off the line, and in fact gets another little hip and shoulder there from Dale Beveridge, who's just made his way through there with his elbows out. Up into P2 he goes. Jin Bin down to P3. And now under pressure from Robert Wenzel as well. But back through the pack, looks like almost everyone got away nicely. Unfortunately, Nick Randell is hanging out the back there somewhere. It looks like he's had a bit of an error in the first corner or so. But everyone else just filing in nicely here as they make their way up into Sector 2 for the first time. Nice start from Andre McLeod.
I believe Kenneth Ang and Nick Randell come together with each other at turn 1. And maybe Deckers was involved in that as well, because he's lost 4 spots as well. So it looks like those 3 guys may have had a bit of a tangle.
They're the soft tyre runners too, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Deckers and Kenneth both on the soft tyres. So let's put a little hamper into proceedings for those strategies. But Andre McLeod with a really nice start off the line. He got the traction down and he was well and truly entitled to turn 1 in front of Jin Bin Chong. Dale Beveridge, I'm not so sure about. He came flying from a while back, but managed to get it done, and everyone still in one piece. So Jinbin will just have to put up with it for now. But considering he was 6/10 clear in qualifying, he's clearly got the pace to make these spots back. So we'll stick with him for a while as they come across the line and complete the first lap. It is Andre McLeod down into turn 1 in front of Dale Beveridge and Jinbin Chong. Jinbin looking like he was going to get a little interested on the inside there of Dale Beveridge, but thought against it.
He's definitely got the pace. He's had a couple of looks there in turn 1 and turn 2. Dale was forced to defend. Looks like Jinbin might be having another look, but again, thought better of it. Putting a lot of pressure on Dale. Probably going to have to sit behind him now until they get back around to the main straight. He looks around the outside there. Stick, what a move that is.
Wow.
That is a big balls move there.
Dale
Dale's
Beveridge.
now getting eaten alive by Robert Wenzel.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like he's lost another one there.
Oh, Dale's all the way down to P14. He's had a spin.
there?
He's had a spin coming out of that little left-right chicane, I reckon.
Right. Oh, no.
I
It's up
reckon-
from P2.
I reckon he got really balked by Jinbin going around the outside.
As did we all. Someone clipped that. That was an epic move.
He's obviously confident with the car. He's got the pace. Bit of yellow flag in sector 2.
Michael Gray.
That's one of our soft tyre runners, and there is our first safety car.
He did say it was a boogie track for him. And indeed, that is how it has played out here on the second lap. Michael Gray has DNF'd and finds himself in the wall back there. So, as you said, Jacob, the first safety car of the night, which, again, barring any weather, I thought it was odd that everyone started on the medium tyre, because if you start on the hard tyre and you get the early safety... Oh, no, the medium's probably the better tyre, isn't it? Because if you get the early safety car, you can complete your mandatory. How long did the hard tyres go? Did we end up checking that out? We had a couple of early safety cars in Tier 3. Did they make it all the way through? We wouldn't have got it because we had too many safety cars. There's too many pit stops.
Yeah, Amuana looked like to be struggling towards the back end of the race, and his hards were 19 laps old on the final lap, I believe. And he was having a bit of trouble there with some oversteer and that, so I reckon probably somewhere between 17 and 20, as Bodie Mick gets a 5-second penalty for speeding in pit lane.
Oofed.
I reckon somewhere between lap 17 to 20 is probably how long the hards are lasting.
So I've done some digging. I've found some guys who are streaming. The weather is overcast, and then at the very end there's going to be some light cloud.
Ah, so no rain on the
No,
radar.
wow. No rain forecast. we know that can change.
Bear among men, he's in chat. Unlucky Michael. Oh, Bodie Mick's DNF too, as we were just talking about Michael Gray.
Under the safety car.
Bodie Mick's DNF'd under safety car, yeah. Where's that? He's a
I-
Mercedes
his car's-
driver.
Yeah, his car's not even on track.
Is that him there coming into Castle, or is that someone else falling back
that's-
through the field?
That's
Is that
Deck-
Deckers? That's
Deckers,
Deckers
yeah.
had a moment going into Castle. So he's had a spin under the safety car as well on those fresh hards. Maybe didn't quite get him up to temp.
Oh, the first pun of the night has come out from Peach, who's just stepped back in after a little hiatus from Tier 3 and goes bang. The weather looking pretty great.
The second part's even better.
It's time for a beverage.
Just a small one, though. Jeez, he's on fire. Look out. Someone put him out. Where's Alex Imy? We need a firefighter. Goodness me. 1, 2, 3.
Bodie
What
Mick
have we
saying
done?
he lost. Bodie Mick saying he lost the throttle. His car just wouldn't accelerate, and he was forced to DNF.
It's not the first
So-
time this season Bodie's had trouble with his hardware. Unfortunately, it's just not playing out for him. And again tonight, those pedals are causing issues for Bodie Mick. So our second DNF. Jesus, that's 2 early DNFs. There goes my quota. But I hope everyone keeps it on track here on out.
So Alexis in chat, Jin Bin is actually on debut here in Tier 2 and absolutely annihilated everyone in qualifying.
Tier 2 reserve on debut. Yep, very new to the Discord. Still has the new to Discord, the little symbol that comes up. So just fresh, very fresh into the Discord. And steps straight into Tier 2 and claim pole. How much was it? Like 4 or 5 tenths clear on P1?
7 tenths.
7 tenths, was it? Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, 7 tenths clear of P2.
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. So he said that too. It'll be a very swift tap on the shoulder next week. If Jin Bin wants to continue on, we'll see him in Tier 1 for Coda, I'm sure. But we also were very interested in the fact no one broke into the 39s. Sorry, other than Jin Bin, no one else broke into the 39s. Andre McLeod started from P2 with a 40.1. So we were interested that the Tier 2 guys not quite getting the pace down tonight. The Tier 3 guys mixing it really sharply with the Tier 2 guys. So now I want to know what the Tier 1 guys are capable of and if they are 3 or 4 tenths off what we think they should be as well. That's going to make Tier 1's pole time very important. Well, very interesting.
Well, we were talking about 38s for Tier 1, and now I'm second-guessing that.
Yeah, I don't know about 38s. That'd be... Well, you got Zekai Chu and Zachary Smith in Tier 1. I'm still pretty confident they could probably pull out a 38 if they wanted to.
Looks like Andre's gone very early. I hope he doesn't get balked by the safety car. Going into turn 1, Jinbin's looking up the inside now that they've trusted the control line, and he's gonna get it done. Andre goes very deep into turn 1. He's had to give that position up there, so Jinbin moves into first place.
That is ominous. Jinbin pinching the lead on the safety car restart. Andre McLeod and Dale Beveridge doing very nicely to relegate Jinbin to P3 during the opening stanza. But now that Jinbin's out the front, you just wonder how quickly he can stretch his legs. Safety cars look to be the only thing that can hold him up tonight. He looks really strong out the front. Already a second clear of Andre McLeod through the first sector. If you don't mind, look out.
Yeah, he's just driven away. I'm absolutely shocked at the pace he's got over the rest of the field. This will probably be his one and only race in Tier 2. As you said, he's going to get a tap on the shoulder up to the big boys in Tier 1, I'd say. But Robert Wenzel, 2 positions up on where he started, currently sitting in P3. Momo here in P5, also up 3 positions. He's got a yellow flag in Sector 2. Nick Randell dead. Another safety car. 5 laps in, we are on to number 2. And we've now lost 3 drivers.
Yep, there goes my guess of 2. That's done and dusted. See you later. Bender, what did you say? 6, wasn't it? I think it was...
Yeah, I think Bender said 6. I said 4.
So here come your pit stops. The hard tyres capable of doing those 20 laps. There's a couple who've already pitted, I wonder. Yeah, they are. They're just filtering up through the top now too. So Aaron Heather, Kenneth Ang, Ethan Small, they took the first safety car as their opportunity to complete their mandatory pit stop. So they're up there in P2, 3 and 4 at the moment on the hard tyre. Those hards are going to be in all sorts of trouble by the time we get to the end, although...
The safety car rate that we've started with, those hards will get to the end very easily, I would imagine.
Spot on.
I'm surprised both Michael Gray and Nick Randell have DNF'd at the exact same corner. So there's a few drivers that have obviously gone a bit deep in there at the end of the... I don't know if you can call it a straight. It's got a few left-hand kinks in it, but... Either way, we reset under the safety car again. Everyone's on the back of it, so safety car may come in this lap. We may not get held behind it for too long.
There's a Red Bull there. I think that's...
I reckon it's Jinbin. I reckon Jinbin's Red Bull is ghosted there.
I was going to say Hari Krishna's is...
Oh, no, it is. Yeah, sorry, it is.
Yeah.
Harry Krishna's. So there might be a connection issue there.
I reckon he's just got the pause menu open.
Oh, yeah, maybe that as well. Having a bit of a breather while the safety car's out.
Like, checking out the race director, looking at who's pitted and what tyres they've pit onto.
I thought that was against the rules. I thought we didn't allow that.
No,
Oh.
I think it's always been allowed.
What? Well, there you go. Shows what I know. I was almost entirely confident that we weren't allowed to allow the AI to take over and drive for us. There you go. Shows what I know.
Oh, you're not allowed to do it for any extended period of time, but if you want to have a look at the race director to see what people have hit onto, yeah, you're allowed to do that.
Well, there you go. I'll take that knowledge into my next Legends F1 race. Have we seen safety car coming in yet? We got a very, very late one in Tier 3.
Not yet.
So we're going to get one here late. It was around about here somewhere. And no, we're definitely going to go one more. Safety car just making its way past the pit entry now.
So P just thrown another pun in chat, which I think we missed. He said he better hurry up and unghost himself.
Speaking of what we missed, Firelord's in chat. Hello to you, Alex Imey. It's been an eventful evening so far. The puns have been missing, but I think maybe Peach knew you were coming. I don't know whether he knew you were coming or he just started reeling out puns and you've appeared. I don't know how that's happened, but we didn't get many puns in Tier 3, but he's just started reeling them out now, and you have appeared for us. So welcome to you, fine sir. Tier 3 was very eventful. Many, many DNFs. Rightly pointed out by Jacob Weatherburn, 0 penalties though. No track cut penalties or pit lane speeding penalties or any sort of penalty in Tier 3, which was nice. But no, plenty of DNFs, plenty of action, plenty of safety cars. And a couple of weird little bugs too. We seem to get new ones every week. Zach Graham unfortunately disconnected once or twice, and when he came back he had negative 60-degree tyres, so he was in all sorts of trouble trying to warm them up. So, yeah, plenty to talk about in Tier 3. And then here in Tier 2, Jinbin Chong is our pole sitter and was on pole by 7/10. 7/10 between Jinbin in P1 and Andre McLeod in P2. So, Jinbin clearly with the pace. Jinbin Chong is a reserve driver tonight. New to OOR and stepping in here to Tier 2 and very quickly demonstrating that he's got the pace. Don't worry about that.
Rolled in safety car will be in this lap. There it is. Dale Beveridge will have control of the field. After his spin, finds himself back up there in P1, still yet to pit. With him and Harry in the Red Bull, are the only drivers left to make their pit stops.
Here we go. Let's check out this restart. Dale Beveridge well and truly entitled to hold these boys up for as long as he wants. Just letting the safety car get well and truly off into the distance, making sure that he doesn't get held up like we saw Raditya. Was it Raditya? It might have been Donny Sadewa.
Yeah, Donny got held by the safety car on the restart, just went a little too early. If I'm Dale, I'm holding him as close to the start-finish line as I can.
Yep. Don't give them any toe, don't give them any advantage. It's gone now. Nice restart from Dale Beveridge. Aaron Heather, not too shabby either. And now Ethan Small having a little play around the outside of Kenneth Angiet, but thought better of it. So they stay as they were. Dale Beveridge just having a bit of a jank there. I'm not sure whether that's lag or what, but he's like, oh, back in the field there. There's a bit of kerfuffle. There's a few cars look like they're making their way through the ghosted Hari Krishna. I'm sure he's not in the race director now. He must have disconnected.
Must be a disconnect.
Yeah, he's looking quite slow as well, so I'd say he has disconnected.
Everyone else just making their way past the AI of Hari Krishna now as Suma.
Aaron Heather's had a moment there. Sorry to cut you off there, JC.
You're right.
But Aaron Heather's dropped all the way back down to P12 from P2. So He's had a hell of a moment, I believe. It looked like on the exit of either turn 3 or turn 4.
Critically, hasn't DNF'd Berg, so he gets to play on for now. As they all filter in through this very tight, tricky castle section. Beautiful little spot here, the castle section. And then as Jacob said before, onto this weird old back straight here, which isn't really a straight, but they are flat, and it's so nice just keeping the throttle pinned around this double apex left. And then a tricky downhill braking zone there that has caught a few drivers out already tonight. But out the front, how about Dale Beveridge after the safety car? 2.5 seconds clear. He's out here on his own. Kenneth Ang and Ethan Small must have been battling a little bit because they have dropped right off the back of Dale on this first lap after the safety car restart. So nice work from Beveridge. Ethan Small now trying to get done what he couldn't do in turn 1 last time around. And then looks like he's going to finish that one off. So nice one. And now Decker's a little interested here too. And in fact,
I thought we were going to go 3 wide then for a minute.
oh, Deckers looked like he couldn't get the power down there, unfortunately. And now is being visited by Jin Bing around the outside again. He is on fire with these overtakes. Jin Bin Chong, goodness me. That's a great move. Only the very slight error from Deckers there. Oh, speaking of slight errors from Deckers, it looks like he's... Oh, no. Yeah, broke himself there. And
Kenneth has DNF'd himself as well, so we have another safety car.
hang on, what's happened up here? It looks like Jin Bin and Kenneth maybe came together there. Because that is Jin Bin now who's just in front of us here in the Red Bull. So those two, Jin Bin looked to have just been rejoining the track around the carcass of Kenneth Ang's AlphaTauri.
I reckon you could be right. I reckon those two may have come together. Jinbin may have run deep into that corner and Kenneth managed to hit the wall, but either way we're under our third safety car in 9 laps now. Jinbin has rear-ended Kenneth according to Nick Randell in chat.
Wow, well, there you go. So, might have the pace, but potentially the racecraft not quite there. Jin Bin ending the race of Kenneth Ang.
Sorry, this is too good. Kenneth will be angry about that one.
I liked Firelord's Jin's been there before, clearly. Oh, it's good. It's good stuff.
Laugh a minute, really.
It all came a foul as George entered the chat.
Nice!
The puns are flowing tonight in Tier 2. As we see a bunch of cars diving into pit lane. Pretty much everyone from P6 down. Not sure what tyres these hard guys are going to put on. They're going to be putting used mediums back on the car, surely. Because they'd already pitted to put their hards on. Aaron Header goes a soft tyre. That's not going to work from here.
Well, he's just preempting the next safety car in a few laps' time.
Yeah. I mean, at this rate, considering we've watched Tier 3 have that many of them, and Tier 2 as well, might not be a bad shout. Just get a quick stint on the softs in, make up a few spots.
I want to say it was Tier 3 at Spa several weeks ago. We had, 6 racing laps in the whole race?
That is correct.
That's the one.
Could be on track for something like that tonight, maybe.
We're also heading towards your guess of 7 DNFs.
Yeah, halfway. Just need 3 more now. Is that Jinbin stopped on track?
Jinbin's had a moment. He's had a spin there under the safety car.
He damaged his wing.
Surely there'd be wing damage, though.
Oh, looks like it's in place.
Yeah, it looks okay. Although he has got the... Oh, no, that's the fuel icon. Never mind. I was going to say he's got the pit icon lit up, but that's the fuel icon, the wrong icon.
So it was a very nice start to the night for Jin Bin Chong, but it's all just starting to fall to bits a little bit here.
Oh, here we go. They've both chimed in Jinbinned it.
Both at the same
both
time.
simultaneous
That's
puns. They're evolving! Pun Senekis and Alex Punlord. Goodness me, what have we got ourselves into? So, this has just really made this interesting a night. Jin Bin Chong's now got to come from the back of the field. Has DNF Kenneth Ang, so probably has a penalty coming his way. And whilst, as we said, the pace is clearly there, Jin Bin's going to pay another visit to the pit lane here. And now this is an interesting tyre choice for Jin Bin. He's got to make up positions. He's got to get overtakes done. That's probably best on the soft tyre.
Crucially, no front wing change. So maybe, yeah, as you said, JC, looks like it's all there.
And it is the hard tyre he's slapped on, so no soft tyre shenanigans for Jin Bin. He reckons the hard tyre is the way to go. I like Aaron Heather's call. I think the soft tyre would be good for 4 or 5 laps here before the next safety car, which honestly at this point is inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, it really just depends where everyone shuffles out once they've made a pit stop that they feel they can get to the end on. I wish we could have seen what tyres Aaron Heather used. I want to say he started on the hards. So if he runs the softs for a few more laps and then, you know, lap 15, 16, there's another safety car. Jump on in, put on a fresh set of mediums and go to the end. Could be a good shout.
I think you could be onto something there, because I do believe you are correct. He started on the hard tyre.
Noski's in chat. What are you doing in chat? What time's your tier start? You should be logging on pretty shortly. Hello to you, handsome sir. Another participant in the Legend Series down there in tier 4, I want to say. Maybe tier 5, not sure, I can't remember which, but should be lining up on grid pretty shortly. So, doing God's work, just jumping here in chat and giving us a cheeky pun as well. Safety car in this lap. Here we go.
Just quickly has this for a stat. Nathan Monk's the race official for Tier 3. DRS wasn't enabled until the final 3 laps tonight because of the safety cars.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. All right. Let's get him underway again. Ethan Small this time with control of the field. Momo and Suma licking their lips. Look at them all 3 wide back there on this safety car restart. And Jin Bin out the back trying to warm those tyres up. Here we go again. Ethan Small takes off. And Robert Wenzel and Momo file in nicely there behind. Backwards through the field. There's a couple of cars getting sideways through turn 1 there. Looks like they made it through. Hari Krishna's AI still out here doing God's work as everyone try and find their way through him. It looks like everyone got away cleanly after the restart, so nice work. Couple of drivers doing a bit of weaving down here, just trying to get temperature into these tyres. Those hard tyres especially get really cold and are pretty tricky. Andre McLeod, DNF, bang, safety car restarts, and a death. Torterra is the next to come afoul of the safety car restart curse. He finds himself DNF'd at turn 3 there. Won't be a safety car this time around, but that is the 5th DNF. We're well on our way to 7. We're not even halfway through this one.
It's a shame there's no replay system that we can see what happened there on the run down at turn 3. Looks like maybe it just braked a bit too late on the cold tyres and it went to the wall.
Makes me wonder, we've had a few DNFs tonight from guys running deep into corners. It makes me wonder if those guys are using racing line and following the braking markers on that racing line, because they will always be a little bit deeper than you actually need to brake.
It's a good point. I'll tell you what I'd like to do before the start of the next season. Put out a little quiz. Not a quiz necessarily, but a bit of a... What am I looking for here? A questionnaire. What am I looking for? What was yours?
Survey.
Survey. Perfect. Thank you. A bit of a survey. I just want to know what everyone uses. Are you on pad? Are you on keyboard? what assist do you use, what's your favourite track, what's your least favourite track, all that kind of stuff would be really handy up here. So I might just go and put that together sometime over the next week and have everyone answer that before we head into the next season. But you're spot on, Jacob. The racing line, as we discussed in Tier 3, super inaccurate here at Baku. Oh, death, backwards. Is that Aaron Heather? Please, no, Berg! Soft tyres. Again, the soft tyres not lasting any more than 2 or 3 laps before they cause issues. And Berg coming afoul of that. He's got no nose. He'll have to crawl back to the pits and change those up. He'll be hoping to God for a safety car here. What a perfect safety car that would be if he managed to pull that one off.
So yeah, you are right there. Soft tyres aren't lasting any more than 3 to 5 laps before we're seeing guys lose the rear end of the car. But Ethan Smalls still hanging out there in P1 in front of Momo and Robert Wenzel. Got a bit of a gap back to our championship leader Ben Curtis in P4, who I'm sure is pushing hard to try and get into that DRS zone.
Yeah, crucially though, he's just outside at the moment. Top 3 all within DRS range, which will become active next time around. So JP in chat saying Cody's replays would show crashes from different races.
No, George Fowley didn't join at the wrong time. He joined at the perfect time, mate. It's been like that all night long. Don't worry about that. Tier 3 had plenty of DNFs and safety cars, and Tier 2 as well. It's a very, very tricky track here in Azerbaijan. It looks like Momo's going to make a move down here on Ethan Small without DRS assistance too, by the way. Suma, very close behind here, goes purple, and Jin Bin Chong as well, not far behind on the hard tyres. He gets a 44.5, so the purple lap is... that's a bit of a boot from Suma up the back of Ethan Small there, not quite getting that braking marker correct. So, wonder if he's got any damage now, Suma. That probably, it looked like a pretty reasonable hit. I wouldn't be surprised if he's losing a bit of front end plate after that one.
Looks like Ethan braked very early on that one.
Looks like Suma's got away with all his parts and his pieces in place there, which is good to see. It's just given Momo a bit of breathing room here now too.
And it's allowed Diabols to catch right up in P4 as well. He's gotten himself within that DRS zone, so we now have a train from P2 all the way down to P7. So if Suma does have a bit of front end damage of some sorts, he could possibly get eaten alive in the DRS zone.
Looks like it's all there from the off-board shots we've seen.
So DRS open this lap. Oh, Jinbin just absolutely walked around Deckers. How has he got that much pace? I'm not sure.
Oh no. Safety car, Aaron Heather.
Berg, he has DNF'd.
So his strategy of going on the softs and then hitting for mediums at the next safety car has not worked because he's caused the safety car.
Safety car number 4. We're only 14 laps in, so we're only averaging about 4 laps here.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see the DRS open up down this straight. It was open, it was there, it was available, but we didn't get to open it up because, again, the safety car is out and about. Bert Mylander's got his fuel tickets and his Qantas frequent flyers happening and whatnot, and he's stacking up the points tonight again. There's been a couple of races like that so far this season that have just been a little tricky to watch, the stop-start nature of these races. But as we said, Baku, a very difficult track, so you can understand why a couple of drivers just not quite thereabouts tonight, and it makes you appreciate the real-life stuff, how they go about it. They're driving around million-dollar machines this close to this many walls. It's a pretty talented individual who can wrestle these cars around this kind of circuit. So,
Tom Maloney in chat saying, at this rate, Harry could get a podium as an AI.
no, please not.
No, his AI won't be considered in the race. Is he back in? No.
Please no.
Yeah. No, it won't be taken.
But
I'm paying
imagine if everyone else DNFs and
I'm
he's
paying
the
it.
only car left. You've
Yep.
got to give him the win.
You got to give him the points. Fucking pay it. Oh no.
Nah,
dear.
it's not allowed under the rules. We've had similar situations in the past.
Oh no. You're spot on, BC. Diabols is very consistent. And you know what? He doesn't rate himself. Someone needs to go and tell him, have a bit more confidence, because he's currently our bloody championship leader. And he is super consistent, not only in the fact that he turns up to every race, but he finishes every race. There's no DNFs this season. No races that he hasn't turned up to. So he's just got points on the board every single week, and that's why he is leading the championship. Always stays out of trouble. Spot on from you. Really sharp observation.
Yeah, I know. He's also one of the kindest and first to help people out there. So if you ever pop up with technical questions or year questions, you got issues, whatever, he's always quick in chat to offer help, advice and assistance.
Spot on. Turns up to everyone else's streams too. He pops in and says hello to Tier 3 and hangs around for Tier 1. Does a bit of work in stewarding and helping out the admins behind the scenes as well. You'd give him the Coaches Award, wouldn't you, for OOR? If OOR had
People's
awards.
champ.
The what?
People's champ.
People's Champ, yeah.
This
Spot
poor
on.
lad's going to DNF every race for the rest of the season now.
This amount of cursing going on.
It's him for about 12 months.
It's been fun, but he'll likely bin it now. Jesus, Pete. Oh, dear. Nah, I agree with Bender. We haven't got enough kind words for Diabols. But as I said, that's why he's leading the championship. So, lots of love to him. The only other driver in the top, I'm going to say top 10. Looking down the grid here, there's literally only one other driver inside the top 10 who has scored points every round this season. And that is this man on screen in the Mercedes, Corbin Hanna. After stepping up from Tier 3 last season, he's come up into Tier 2, and same thing, just has turned up to every single race and has scored points in every one of them, and finds himself P4 in Tier 2. If you had told him he'd be P4 in Tier 2 halfway through the season, he would have taken that every day of the week, I reckon.
Just quickly before we get back underway, we got F1 2022 Virtual Championship and Lego builds in chat. I'm very curious to know what Lego builds you have done.
F1 2022 Virtual Championship and Lego builds. Yeah, hello. Hello. What can you offer us here today? What up to you, sir and or madam? What is the Virtual Championship for F1 22 and Lego builds? What are you building? Lego F1 cars? What are you up to? Tell us about it. But as Bender rightly said, getting ready to restart here again. We are down to 9 participants with 10 laps to go. We have had 6 DNFs. We are 1 off the number 7. And it is Momo who gets the chance to lead us away this time.
He's gone.
He is gone. And he's got a nice little jump here on Ethan Small. Ethan was ready for him, though. He hasn't dropped too far off the back here. They kind of caught Suma napping a little bit. He's not quite going to get down into turn 1 at the same pace, but back through the field, Harry Krishna's AI has been passed. I was going to say he's spun, but no. He's just been walked past. Ben Curtis, still P4. Everyone just filing through single file here in this safety car restart. Other than Jin Bin Chong, who's looking pretty likely here. Looked like he just got out and had a look in Corbin Harris Minners out that it's in turn 2 there. Just going to stick with him for a while because he's already demonstrated he's got the pace to make moves. Inside, outside, doesn't matter where, he'll find a way through. So just stick for him a little bit. Momo's already cleared a second's worth of gap up the front to Ethan Small, so a great safety car restart for him.
Corbin looked like he had a little bit of a touch on the wall there with the rear. Move up through the castle section.
Yeah, of course, no DRS for 2 laps after a safety car, but Jinbin definitely looking quite pacey at the moment. slightly deep there.
Oh, yeah, he's lost wing too.
That's rough.
He has damaged the front end plate on the right-hand side of that Red Bull. Just a little too keen down there into that downhill braking zone. So, again, Jinbin, his own worst enemy. After starting from pole and looking really strong. Oh, God! Who was that? Dale Beveridge has gone bang! Looked like he...
And a safety car!
That was huge.
That was a massive
Oh, look
hit.
at this, look at this!
Oh! Oh! Everyone diving into the pits lane. And it looks like Jinbin wanted to pit, but it looks like he locked up his brakes and didn't want to bin it into anyone, so pulled out of the pit stop purely so he didn't hit anyone. He has to pit. He's got a broken wing. It's not like he didn't want to pit. He has just avoided killing someone in pit lane by diving out of it.
Yep, I'm going to say here, I reckon the stewards will want to look at that because I reckon a lot of cars were not adhering to the pit lane entry line. And that's what I reckon caught Jinbin out. It looked like he was far enough over on the left, and then people were cutting in front of him. And he had to slam on the brakes and pull back onto the track just to, as you said, avoid slamming in the back of someone.
Far out. Interesting stuff. It's all happening here in Tier 2. We thought Tier 3 was chaotic. It is absolutely nuts here in Tier 2. Mind you, still 8 laps to go. We've only got 20 minutes until Tier 1. I don't know if we're going to make it to Tier 1 at this rate. We're going to probably... we might miss out on the first half of qualifying or something similar. Because Tier 2 is putting on a show. There's your 7th DNF too, by the way, Bender.
Yep, thanks guys. You can stop now.
We've still got 8 laps to go. Wow, goodness me. So, Suma, Robert Wenzel's on the softs, as is Corbin Hanna and Harry Krishna's AI. Surely it's not still AI. He is still AI. What is he up to, Harry? What are you doing? Does he have to go and have dinner or something? What are you doing?
I reckon his PC or something must have crashed, or he's lost power and just can't get back in for whatever reason.
So his AI has decided to go on to the soft tyres.
Well, here you go. Speaking of soft tyres, Tom Maloney in chat. Sorry. Yep. Saying softs will not make it from here.
No, we've seen that already tonight, haven't we?
Yeah, we saw in Tier 3, I think the most anyone got out of them was 5 laps before they were nose first into the wall.
That's the most anyone got out of them. We've seen plenty of soft tyres tonight, and they've gone after 2 or 3 laps where they started spinning them up. So
2 laps under the safety car, that'll give you 5 green laps. So, look, you might be able to get them there. But we saw in Tier 3 it go horribly wrong for every person that put the softs on.
Well, here we go. Race leader Momo, fan favourite, has gone for the softs. P2, Ethan Small, has put on 2-lap old mediums. Like, you'd think those would be pristine right now. Wenzel, he's got fresh softs on as well. And then further down the field, Jinbin, Corbin Hanna, and Harry's AI have all gone for softs.
yeah, Ethan
Everyone's
Small on
falling.
the pre-scrubbed mediums. I like that, really.
Yeah, he seems to be chat's favourite for the win. Everyone thinks those medium tyres are going to serve him well for the remainder of this race.
Yep, Grid Joke's in here supporting his Haas teammate before he gets in the car for Tier 1. Good luck to you tonight, Danny. So just while we're cruising around here under safety car, Formula One V2 champion. Hang on, I'll scroll back. Oh, I can't scroll up in chat. Hang on, I want to. I don't care. Stuff it.
That's right. So he says
Oh, yeah,
he's,
tell me.
Building dinosaurs at the moment, but he's getting 2 F1 cars soon for Lego.
Right. Nice.
Dinosaurs are pretty cool. Everyone likes dinosaurs, don't they?
So that Lego dinosaurs as well, I assume.
Yeah, presumably.
They wouldn't be part of the F1 22 virtual championship, though. Getting 2 F1 cars tomorrow. I'm in the middle of filming F1 22 virtual
Safety car in
championship.
this lap. Sorry, JC.
No, you're right. That's cool. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. All right, well, jump in the Discord. Someone will link you the Discord. Come and join us in the Discord. We've got a lot of people who are interested in Lego and a lot of people interested in F1 2022. So you'd fit right in. Come and say hello. and show us what you got.
Does this safety car come in 1 lap earlier than expected?
Yes.
Yeah, kind of. Yep. But I mean,
Momo's got control.
we saw one in Tier 3 that was pretty similar where it just came in earlier that we weren't even ready. So it is what it is. You bloody never know here in Codemasters land. Anyway, we're off. Momo, great start. Ethan Small right there with him. And again, Suma just not quite on it in terms of these safety car restarts. But he's not too far behind, so he won't be too disappointed with that. Down into turn 1, everyone looks like they got through there pretty safely. So back up the front, we'll keep an eye on Ethan Small as he tries to track down Momo on these reasonably new medium tyres. We've got a 6-lap sprint to the end here. The soft tyres will be quicker on the outset, but we've seen already tonight these soft tyres are no good after 3 or 4 laps. Deckers and Corbin Hanna trading positions back here. Oh, there's a couple of spinners. Jin Bin, one of the spinners. That's a Jin spin for Mr. Chong. And then Harry Krishna's AI still carrying on. Corbin Hanna's all good. So everyone up here is still all good.
Well, you think the play would be for Ethan, just, if he can, stick with Momo, who's in the lead. Wait till DRS. Well, I better not say that. Wait till DRS is active. I don't think that's something we've had this race. But you would expect DRS to be active and then just cruise past.
At some point, hopefully. For the love of God, I want some DRS. Let's go.
He's got to hang in there, though. If Momo can get these soft tyres up and going in the first few laps and try and get outside of that 1 second, but he's getting close.
He's got a lot of bloody fans in chat too. Speaking of fans, he's got F1 2020. He loves his Momo. All right, he's got no Discord, but he's got a lot of love for Momo. So let's get behind Jaya as he tries to finish this one off with 6 laps to go. He's got to make these softs stretch out. Speaking of softs, Suma got a really nice exit out of the last genuine corner there and managed to get a nice run on Ethan Small. So Ethan's just got to be patient on these medium tyres. They will make it to the end. But for now, drops down to P3, Bender.
Yeah, don't mind that from Wenzel there. You know, burning a lot of the ERS, but picked up the fastest lap for now. I mean, you'd think, assuming we get DRS, someone will beat it, but at this rate, you never know.
Bit of a battle here between Corbin Hanna and Deckers. Corbin deep down the inside. Gives Deckers enough room on the outside there. Nice move. So completes that one. That just invites Jin Bin back in here now too. After an early little spin after the safety car restart. He hasn't fallen off the back of the pack. He is still threatening the back of Deckers here.
Oh, sorry. Bushy Santa has returned. Momo's #1 fan. Bushy Santa in chat. You love to see it.
Hello, Bushy. Yeah, I said he's got a couple of fans in chat tonight, Momo. And a good time to join in. He's currently P1. So they'll be...
Just quietly here, just when we were on board with Jin Bin just before, I reckon he's running no assists whatsoever. Because I reckon I saw him lock up the front left into one of the corners earlier. And if he's had a few spins and that on these soft tyres, I reckon he's probably a player that runs absolutely no assists.
So no ABS due to the lockup, no traction control due to the softs, and plenty of pace. So maybe not running racing line, which is slightly quicker if you can get used to it. Let's see how he goes down here. He's probably running low wing too, because this is without DRS, and he is just flying up behind Deckers here in the slipstream. He makes his way through. Bit of a soft tyre advantage there too, potentially, maybe coming into play, but up into P6 for Jin Bin Chong. And now gets a chance to try and chase down Corbin Hanna. Up the front, it is still Momo leading the way, and he's nearly outside that DRS zone from Robert Wenzel. But critically, Suma is hanging in. And these tyres won't go much longer. Speaking of soft tyres, Harry Krishna's gone in there and his AI's put on another new set of softs. So the AI's had enough of those 3-lap-old softs. That's about as far as they reckon they can go.
Oh, he might pit before the end of the race again then.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing that. But if that is the case, Momo and Suma are on a ticking time clock here. So just keep an eye on this front battle here. This is where it's going to play out Jin Bin Chong trying to make his way through the field would be a good watch, but we'll just keep our eyes up here on Momo, Suma.
This is crucial too, Suma. Got to stay within DRS range. It is available this lap, just outside or just inside. It keeps switching. Burn the ERS, get DRS. That will help you.
Has he got it? They come through the detection zone now. Does it light up? I don't think it does. He has got it.
That's crucial. That'll help defend against Ethan Small too. Not necessarily on track, but in terms of time, 4 laps to go. You want to keep Ethan 2 seconds back. Keep him out of DRS range as long as you can, and really just protect those soft tires.
He is genuinely quick as he pinches the purple lap, Jin Bin Chong. But he did that in making a move past Corbin Hunter up into P5, and now he's back in P7, so I don't know where I've missed that, but Jin Bin... Yeah, it looks like turn 1. He's gone backwards through the field again, so the consistency, the racecraft, just not quite there for Jin Bin Chong tonight. Clearly got some severe pace, but unable to complete and consolidate that pace and turn it into a podium, so down into P7 for him. But up the front here, it looks like a 2-horse race now at the moment. Joe, it's Momo and Suma.
Suma's been unable to stay inside that 1 second. Dropped off quite a few tenths through the middle sector there.
Well, he's on 1 lap older tyres, so for the softs, that's quite a lot, and that could be doing it. We've seen him get a little bit tail happy in the middle sector.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, the real interesting watch is Ethan Small's gap at the moment being 2 seconds. Do we start to see that delta come down a little bit now with 3 laps to go as these softs fall off a cliff really, really quickly here? Tell you what, he's closed the gap here, Suma. It looks like he's got DRS again. You wouldn't have picked that through the middle sector. It looked like he was falling off the back of Momo. But he's got that last corner right, and again, just manages to get DRS and close the gap here down into turn 1. And as you said, Bender, you rightly pointed out, that's really helping in their battle trying to get away from Ethan Small, who again drops out to 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, I reckon he's got a low wing set up on there as Rob Wenzel. Just the straight line speed, the differential, even though he's got DRS, he's gaining so much time on the straights.
We'll find out if he can hang with Momo through the middle sector here. He's already dropped 10th or 2.
AP in chat saying small chance of victory.
Oh, it never ends. So we've hung on to just the 7 DNF so far with 2 laps to go. Bender just starting to lick his lips a little bit here as he collects his tickets and gets ready to walk up to the cashier.
Yes, thank you very much.
And again, Suma just teetering on the edge of this 1 second gap. And again, it's this last corner here that he needs to get right. It doesn't look like he has this time. Just lost a 10th on the exit there. So again, unless this low wing setup gets him up to this detection point within the next 10th, he's going to be struggling to get DRS on this lap, I think. He hasn't got it. So that just invites Momo to start celebrating a little bit.
Well, he's got to back inside 1 second just with that low wing, but he's really starting to struggle with those soft tyres. He had a little bit of oversteer on the exit there. I'm just not sure he's got the grip available that he needs to be able to catch Momo.
He just lost 4 tenths to Ethan Small through turns 1 and 2. So here we go, 2 laps to go. Gap just over 2 seconds. Back to Ethan. Can Wenzel hold on for P2 here? Really is going to be a drag race on the last lap down that back straight, I reckon, for P2.
Oh, hang on. Babby's just come in here. Hello. Hello to you, Michael Babb, but I'm not sure I can take that Baku slander. It's a very good track. I'm not sure that's necessary. Not a fan of Baku. He clearly hasn't driven it. It's a lot of fun to drive, mate. It's a very challenging circuit. But unlike Monaco, it's got a lot of overtaking opportunities as well. And almost always makes for exciting racing. It just seems that the Tier 3 and the Tier 2 guys maybe not getting the practice in the books this week, and there's been a lot of DNFs, a lot of safety cars. Speaking of DNFs, it is Jinbin in the castle section there. And that is a very sick and sorry-looking Red Bull now. Yeah, Bender, he's in trouble.
So, crucially for Robert in the battle for P2, looks like he's going to go through 1.3 seconds ahead of Ethan. So Ethan won't have... he won't have DRS this lap, but it will come down to that last lap.
17% battery left in the stores for Ethan Small. Suma's got 11%, so he's almost out as well. Momo's cruising along up here with 60% of his battery, ready to defend all comers. So on this last lap, all Momo's got to do is just keep it on the road, essentially. No one's coming near him with that big stack of battery left. He'll use all that down the back straight and keep it all tidy. But it is the battle for P2. We'll keep an eye on now. Ethan Small is within that 1 second gap. And those soft tyres on Suma will be really struggling through the middle sector, especially where the grip is most required. Let's just jump on board with Suma and have a look as he tries to get up through castle section here. And you can see even on the anchors there, he's just locking the brakes a little. Not looking particularly quick through here, but crucially he's keeping it out of the wall. That's all we want to do on these soft tyres. 8 laps old they are now. That is the record for tonight. We haven't seen him go past 4 or 5, so the fact he's got 8 out of him is a really solid effort from Suma. Robert Wenzel currently...
Huge lock up there.
He's P2 in the championship, Suma. He's only 12 points behind Ben Curtis. Ben Curtis currently in P4. So we might see a changing of the guard here. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen the lead of the championship in Tier 2 being changed over.
Oh, cut back to Ethan. Ethan's going to have a mega run here. 4/10. Up the battery. DRS. Sprint to the line. We know Momo's going to win.
He's got the suck on. I don't think he's going to get close enough. Suma's going to hang on. It was close. Only 3/10 the gap at the end. But just not quite enough juice in the tank to get it done. So Momo hangs on. Nice win there for Jai Eng. He's P8 in the championship, which surprises me because his pace has been there all season. But that'll certainly help close the gap up to the front runners, and he'll rejoin battle with the last half of the season in front of us. Nice win to Momo. Harry Krishna's AI is your Codemasters driver of the day. Can't take that away from him, Bender. There's no points for that. That's all his.
Absolutely incredible.
Ah, dear. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Momo, the Ferrari, on top. Nice work. His fans in chat very happy with that. He's pretty pleased with that too, as is his Ferrari pit crew. Nice work from Momo tonight. Wouldn't have picked him as the race winner at the end of qualifying. Didn't really storm the house down with his qualifying lap. Plenty of drivers in front of him who looked like they had more pace coming into it, but he was just super solid. Never made a mistake. Looked very handy in control of his Ferrari from P8. He comes up to win this one. That is my driver of the day. Buggy Harry Krishna's. No offense to Harry, of course, but his AI took control. Got him driver of the day. Robert Wenzel and Ethan Small complete the podium. Ethan will be happy coming from P10 to finish on the podium. He'll be pretty pleased with that. Ben Curtis, another super solid night from P3, finishes in P4. Corbin Hanna, Declan, Jinbin, Harry Krishna, Dale Beveridge, and Aaron Heather are the top 10. Dale Beveridge and Aaron Heather won't pick up any points as they DNF'd outside the 85% window or whatever it is. Dale Beveridge with a massive stack there on towards the back straight. Not sure what happened there. Just missed the apex or maybe clipped the inside wall before hitting the outside sort of thing. I'm not sure what happened there, but it was a pretty big stack. But that is Tier 2 in the books. 2 down, 1 to go. So if Tier 1 is anything like Tier 2, we're in for a super solid last hour of content. So don't go too far away. That won't be more than 5 minutes away. David Bender McNulty, thank you very much for your efforts here in Tier 2. Thank you for joining us.
No worries, thanks for having me. It's always interesting to see these kind of races, you know, lots of safety cars, you got to manage different things, pit stops, jump it up strategies. I think it's always quite entertaining, so hopefully everyone out there's enjoyed it.
Sorry about your little stack there in Tier 3 too. I'm telling you, mate, Jacob and I were in tears. We were probably laughing harder than we should have because we felt bad, but God, it looked funny. And we were laughing more at Codemasters than you, mate.
That's alright, that's what we're here for, a bit of entertainment.
Anyway, it is what it is. Thank you to you, David. We will be back in less than 5 minutes for Tier 1. Don't go too far.
Catch you next week.
Returning is not the way for me. Only a mile to go. Somewhere I belong. I see it clearer now. I feel like I'm all out of time. So tell me you stay behind. Make sure I get to the end.
They are getting ready for qualifying now in Tier 1. Told you it wouldn't be far. They're just about getting prepared to blow us away with their pace. Hopefully plenty of 39s here in Tier 1, and I wouldn't be surprised, in all honesty, if we saw one or even two drivers sneak into the 38s. Very high 38s, mind you, but they'll be there. Zachary Smith and Zeke Chu, thereabouts, the current championship leaders. The two Zs, they've been tied at the hip all season long. Speaking of tied at the hip, I have no segue. Hello to you, Tom Maloney.
Good evening, everyone. How are we?
We're very well. We're super excited to get underway for Tier 1, which I'll throw us over to now. Jacob Weatherburn's still hanging around as well. We'll be able to tell you more about what happened in Tier 2, but it was pretty similar to what we saw in Tier 3, mate. There's plenty of safety cars.
I did manage to catch a fair amount of it, and good to see it wasn't just some Tier 3 things, it was Azerbaijan things.
Does seem to be Azerbaijan things for sure.
So we're looking like we have a full grid here, Nelly. 19 drivers.
How good's that?
So that is absolutely fantastic to see. We do love a full grid.
Why have we got no noise? I can't hear anything. That means everyone else can't hear anything. What's going on? Hello? There we go. Just Codemaster's things. All I had to do was turn it off and on again. We're good. Cody's things. They've been prevalent tonight, that's for sure. But again, I think we should all be thankful that this... Is it this wall that we're coming up to? No, not quite. There's that wall on the back straight that has killed so many people in this game and a few games before us, so...
Yeah, it killed me 3 times. I'll try not to talk about it too much.
Yeah, mate. It was an interesting race for the Williams boys in Tier 3. Now, hear me out here. Jacob and I were questioning whether or not you would give Jesse the win and the purple lap and obviously try and help him out in his attempts to win the championship. And not only did you battle him, you bloody took the purple lap on him. And we love that, by the way. But what was the thought process going through there in the Kovacs Strategy Centre?
I wanted you guys to love it.
I loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, look, Kovacs chat, Jesse doesn't seem too happy that you nicked those 3 points for the fastest lap.
No, it's up to Jesse whether he wants to win the championship or not, and he's definitely got the pace for it. He's demonstrated in the first half of the season that he's got the pace to win this championship, but he just needs to calm himself down a little bit and continue to put the laps in, continue practicing. There's still a long way to go yet, but Donny Sadewa has been very consistent. So, still a long way to go, and he's calling the championship over, and he's had enough, and he's about ready to pack it in. So it's been a disappointing week for him, but I'm sure the Kovacs lads will get around him and cheer him on next week in the circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, no, we'll get him back up and running. Just, I think this track's a very hard track, as you know, he's sort of getting used to medium track control and all that stuff. This is a very rough track if you're still sort of really learning where you want to be and how you want to drive.
Peach has cursed Jared into the wall. Jared better qualify well or else. And immediately, Jared has DNF'd somewhere. Although he's still in the pit lane. There is a Haas on track. And the Haas on track would be... Hang on. Is there a Haas on track? There's a Haas missing. So Jared... Correct... Oh, it's Danny Wong. Fuck, right. So he's on track. Jared Ellis is still in the pit lane. So he's DNF'd in the pit lane. Is that because of a penalty? Can someone advise me whether or not he's been asked to not qualify? Or has he... What is going on in the pit lane there? I kind of want to have a look. I can't really see anyone come out of the pit lane. That's interesting.
Surely he would have a quali ban if he has DNF'd. I don't see any other reason why Jared would DNF himself at the start of quali.
But I can't see any reason he'd have a qualifying ban because he's been pretty clean this season. He's obviously DNF'd himself 1 or 2 times, but he hasn't got possibly...
Dimitri Forrester goes 39.6, bang on his banking lap.
Away, yes.
That is incredibly quick. Mitch Weatherburn with a 39.9. We are getting into the 39
yeah, we are.
Straight away.
This is what we wanted. Good stuff.
Zachary Smith, 39.8. Alexis Bowen with a 40.6. So, as you say with Tier 1, we are on the money straight away. There is no messing about with these boys.
Jared Ellis was giving his teammate a tow and he misjudged the pit entry and he DNF'd at the pit wall. Oh, no, Jared. Goodness me.
That about sums up how Jared's season's gone so far.
Absolutely. Just trying to do the right thing, and he binned himself. Goodness me. Zikai Chu, bang. 39.668. He's 16 thousandths quicker than Dimitri Forrester. Tight up the top of Tier 1. 5 drivers into the 39s already. You'll love to see it. We could be on for a cheeky 38 here, I reckon. 12 minutes to go.
At least from Tier 3, the track evolution towards the end of qualifying is massive as well. So,
Was it? So it was prevalent?
Yeah, it was prevalent, absolutely.
Good, because generally the Tier 1 guys get their best laps out straight away. They've practiced. These guys have practiced. Zekai, Dimitri, Zachary Smith, Nathan Monks, Mitch Weatherburn, Daniel Lamp, they've all practiced. And they've put in the time this week, so they come out with their best laps straight away. There's no warming up. So that makes me glad to hear that there is a lot of track evolution later on in the session, because that means we will see improvement from these 39s, and as well for the 40s. I would expect Alex Bowen to improve on a 40.6. Very little practice for Alexis again this week, but she's a driver who will just warm into these sessions and probably come out with a low 39 at some point, so we'll keep an eye on her.
Yeah, I reckon you'll see. I reckon the top 10 will get into the 39s.
Who else is out here on a lap at the moment? There's a couple who haven't. 14, 15, 14. Who's that? JJ, who's that? I feel like I should know who that is. That's not a debutant. I am confident that that is a driver who has participated in at least one race already this season. I can't quite remember.
I think it's Jackson Locke.
Thank you. Nice work from you. Very sharp. Jackson Locke. Not on debut, but is only the second or third race that Jackson's participated in. So the Red Bull tonight for JJ. Nick Randell doing God's work, coming up here and filling in for Tier 1, backing up after a race in Tier 2. So we'll start from the back of the grid, as all our fill-ins do. Raffley Fidelia. How quick has Raffley been this season in a few events? There's been a couple of times where Raffley has absolutely blown away this Tier 1 field with the pace, and yet P10 in the championship hasn't been every week. So what sort of pace has Raffley got tonight? Let's see, as he comes across the line here for the first time, where he plonks himself in the order. It is dead last out of everyone who's posted a lap so far, so not sure if there was an error in the lap there somewhere, but that's not particularly quick. A 41.1 here in Tier 1, not mixing it with the big lads so far. Zachary Smith is on his outlap again, so that's the second outlap. Dimitri Forrester as well, coming out nice and early for this second run. Zikai Chu just hanging around in the pit lane at the moment, just delaying the second run a little bit.
Yeah, these Tier 1 boys, you want to be the last car on track to set a lap. Most of the time we see pole position come from these guys from the very last car to be able to set a lap. So they all play mind games with each other in the pit lane and hold out to the last possible second.
Loudest Howard has just cursed himself in chat. He's going to go and do a very super quick lap. So as soon as he leaves the pit lane, I'm going to go jump on him, and he is probably going to bin it on his outlap, because that is the curse of all curses, if I've ever seen it.
I rate the self-curse. I like the strategy. You can't disappoint. If you do well, great. If not, it was a curse.
Nathaniel Christ crosses the line with a 52.9. That's not necessarily the quickest lap we've ever seen. Probably wants to improve on that at some point. Zachary Smith was the first out of the box on the second run. So let's stick on board here with our championship leader, who, it must be said, has taken a reasonably commanding lead now in the championship. Zikai Chu and Zachary Smith have been locked no more than 10 to 15 points apart for the entirety of this season, but a win in Singapore for Zachary Smith and a middling pack finish for Zikai Chu after Zikai dominated on pole, by the way, in Singapore, was 4 or 5 tenths clear and looked like Zikai was just going to walk away with that Singapore race, but had an error halfway through the race. I believe it was of his own doing too, Zikai. Managed to complete the race, but only 50 points picked up. So now is 76 points behind this man, Zachary Smith. So a nice little bit of breathing room here for Zachary as he tries to win yet another Octane Online Racing Tier 1 Championship.
See what sort of lap he's on here coming up to the sector line. Those two McLarens in front of him aren't going to bother him too much.
It looked pretty tidy for most of that middle sector. I'm not sure where the first sector was.
Up.
2/10 up. Yeah, nice.
So he's going to be very, very close to pole position here. If he can just keep it clean, get a nice easy run, grab that DRS, open it up.
A couple of McLarens up there too. Probably too far away to be giving me a tow down here, but any tow's a good tow.
39.5 takes him to the top of the order.
So it definitely is good enough for P1 at this stage. But Zekai Chu has just started his second flying lap. And we'll follow along with him as well. Just a sneaky eye on Dimitri Forrester as well, who posted the first 39 of the night. Kyle Jackson, hello. 39. What is that from Dimitri? Bang! 39.2. I did just say look out for him, and he's gone quickest. 3/10 clear of anyone else. That's a massive lap from Dimitri. We are just about to knock on the doors of the 38s. How do you like me now? That's amazing pace from Dimitri Forrester.
Zekai Chu was 4/10 up. Although it shows Zekai Chu in a Mercedes, but this car is definitely an Aston Martin.
I thought that too. What the I actually... Yeah, hang on.
I'm not sure what's going on there. There's Zekai Chu, and there's your 39.2.
What?
So the camera stayed on Zachary Smith the whole lap there.
Even... Oh, I did. I told it to go to Zekai. I thought... Oh, wow, that was weird.
But there's two 39.2s. We are going into the 38s, ladies and gentlemen.
Was it the code or was it me? Did I just not... Did I brain
It
fart?
definitely showed you as having a view on Zekai.
But it was an Aston, wasn't it? It was. It was.
Yeah.
What
It was
the...
on Zachary Smith. Yeah, the camera didn't change.
I was so confused. I came and looked at the results table from last week, and I was like, "What fucking team is Zekai Chu in?" And then I was just like, "Oh, maybe it's just my brain." It didn't quite click until you said something, and I'm like, "I'm glad it's not just me." All right, Zekai Chu 39.2 flat. That is also very, very quick. Daniel Lambert, his Mercedes teammate, also sneaking into the 39.2s just quietly. Nice one. Who else is on a lap here? It looks like there's a Ferrari coming over the line. I wonder if that's Juan Afik. No, he's on the back straight. It was Kyle Jackson who's just coming into the pit lane after going with a 39.5. Oh, that's a big chunk of wall there for Juan Afik. I wonder what sort of wing he's got left on. No, it looks like he's got it all in play there, so just a little kiss. Nothing too sinister. Just hang around here with Juan Afik and see... Oh, another little drift tap there. he's pushing it. He's a second down on his best, so he's not going to improve. JJ also a fair way down, so no improvement on this lap.
As I said, our top 10 drivers are all into the 39s. There's 3 drivers within 1/10 of each other fighting for pole position. And I'll expect a few more of these guys to get into those low 39s in their last run.
Caleb van der Eyden and Nathan Monks both making their way into the pit lane here. The two McLaren boys very close on track, so obviously working together to try and give themselves a tow on their hot laps. And then joining forces to come in on their in laps. Look how close they are too, Nathan Monks and Caleb van der Eyden. They are, what, 500s? Fucking nearly 4,000s? I don't know. Very close. Good stuff from them. Raffaele Fidelia is out here posting... I was going to say he's posting a lap, but he's flat out of battery, so I don't think that's going to be a lap either. Must have just improved up into a 39.3. He is the only man out on track at the moment. Alexis Bowen, of course, being female. Nathaniel Christ is also out on track, so there's a few more. How's Alexis going? Let's stay with Alexis and see how she goes. This is Tier 1. This is as quick as it gets. Near on esports pace for a lot of these guys. I did doubt your rocket lap. He's come out and posted a 42.3. Oh, dear. That is too conservative. You didn't want to bin it. You heard it was a self-curse and you thought, you know what? I'm going to prove them wrong. I'm going to go 3 seconds a lap slower, but I'm not binning it. P16 for you, Jeremy Washington. You're better than that. Come on. Get a little louder. Your Alpine teammate out here carrying the show at the moment on 0 practice, mind you. So I want to see better from you, Jeremy. A bit of track evolution will do you some favours, I'm sure. And you will easily crack into the 39s. Round Alex Bowen goes. Hey, look, you can see the driver in the car when it's ghosted. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. So that's an outlap for Alex Bowen too. That hurts because that's not only going to cost her all the way down the home straight here, she's also just cooked the tyres. So I'm interested to see whether she pops into the pits here. But with 2 minutes to go, there's not enough time, I wouldn't think, to get in, get a new fresh set of boots, and get out again. And she knows that, so she's going to have to go around and try and improve on her 39.6 with these cooked rears. So let's see how this goes for Alexis as she rounds the first bend. Just pretty tentative through the first sector there. Both turns 1 and turn 2 look like she broke a little bit earlier than she normally would. So we got turn 3 and turn 4 to come before we find out her sector times. Just keep a little eye here. But I would suggest it's going to be pretty tricky to improve on those tyres. Across the sector line now, and she is indeed 2 seconds down. So
you're not using any battery at all, so she's just going to cycle around and not get in anyone's way, I'd say.
I was just mentioning she's going to do just another sort of warm-up lap. Just get back in the groove because she's got time to get around to do that.
Not about the time. I'm more concerned about the fuel, but Jeremy reckons she's put in enough fuel for that, so that's very lucky that she's got extra fuel. But she did cross the line with about 2 minutes to go, so it can't be necessarily a slow lap. She's still got to move 45 seconds until the timer runs down. But every driver out on track now for this last stanza. So let's have a look around and see who's on a lap. Looks like there's a McLaren coming in through the last sector now. This is Nathan Monks. He's going to make it across the line to start his last lap. So he'll be the last driver, potentially. It looks like there's another... Maybe that's Jeremy. No, it is Alex Bowen. It is Alex Bowen. We're just talking about it. So she's going to be the last across the line.
No, I reckon Zachary Smith will get there.
Ooh, there is an Aston crossing the line there.
Jump to the top of the 39.1.
2 thousandths quicker than Zekai Chu. Very close. Zekai Chu looks to be behind. Yeah, he is. So this is Danny Wong. Grid Jokes coming across now for his final flyer. 39.7 doesn't improve, just misses out. Zekai Chu finds enough to pinch pole back from Zachary Smith on the evolved track. Didn't improve by much, but it was enough to pinch pole. For now, it is provisional. We've watched Dimitri go quick a couple of times. Here comes Dimitri, and bang! 38! We got a 38. We're in. Dimitri's flying here in Baku.
There it is. We said we were going to get one.
Oh, that's so satisfying, Jacob. I love it.
Jackson with a 39.1 pops himself up there in P3, the second row of the grid.
Daniel Lambert flying across now. No, wasn't a lap.
Look at that. You got pretty much 1/10 separating, 2/10 separating first to fourth.
So it does look like Alexis is going to be the last to cross the line here. Zachary Smith already completed. Nathan Monks is in front here. Nathan Monks is going to improve from P11 if indeed he does improve. Crosses the line, does not improve. Alexis Bowen on these old tyres does improve. That's a massive effort on basically 3 or 4 lap old softs. And we know those softs don't last very long at all, especially after spinning them up. So,
Well, what a qualifying session that was.
Jeremy Washington and Ben Diebold's very happy with their Alpine teammate there. Very nice work. But spot on from you, Jay. That is incredible that we've got a 140 and it is good enough for P14. So the Tier 1 guys really flexing their muscles tonight. Tier 3 and Tier 2 not able to compete with that. That's what you want. The only 38 of the night from Dimitri Forrester. Very, very nice lap. And it is good enough for P1. 2/10 clear of Zekai Chu, Kyle Jackson, and Zachary Smith. You'd take that every day of the week. Mitch Weatherburn pretty happy with P5. Daniel Lambert, Alexis Bowen, Rafley Fidelia, Caleb Van Der Eyden, and Danny Wong. Grid Jokes rounding out the top 10. Only a second the gap down to P13, P14. Oh, better quickly flick over here before Deckers gets upset. There we go. So a couple of extended deltas down there. Jeremy Washington, you're better than that. Come on, mate. He will have good race pace, I'm sure. Yeah, flexes. I wasn't referring to you, but I am now. I'm going to reverse curse you. I'm going to give you the Jared Ellis special, and you're going to part the seas in the castle section, although it's not really parting the seas if everyone's ghosted, but whatever. Good luck to you, my friend. 1,000th between P14 and P15, yeah, mate, and 1 second the gap between the top, 14 drivers? Crazy how close it gets up here in Tier 1. So, there you go. Dimitri Forrester, what a lap, 38.
We weren't sure we'd see one tonight, and he's the only person to do one. Now let's see if any of this pace transfers us over to the race. I think we had about 14 safety cars in Tier 2.
More than anything, that's what I want to see here from Tier 1. I want to get Tier 1 through as cleanly as possible. I'm sure we'll see 1 or 2 DNFs, but I want to see plenty of DRS battles. I want to see plenty of overtakes. I want to see the tyre strategy actually play out instead of having everyone do 6 pit stops. And I trust that Tier 1 is capable of producing that sort of performance, especially that top half. That top half of the field has definitely done their practice this week, so they're ready to go.
What tyre strats are we thinking? Surely none of these guys are starting on the softs.
I said that about Tier 2 and they surprised us.
Oh, yeah. I think we'll probably get mostly medium tyre starters here in Tier 1.
Do you bet on the early safety car, though?
Yeah, but I mean, if it comes that earlier, that's 4 laps on the soft tyres really going to give you that much benefit?
Yeah, but if it's, if there's a early safety car, jump off the softs, get on the hards, and just rely on 1 or 2 more safety cars to tease them through to the end.
I suppose that does give you that fresh set of mediums towards the end, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Diabolz reckons you can shove your softs where they fit. Capital N-O way for the softs from Diabolz. I think you'll see everyone start on mediums. A lot of drivers start on mediums, and they will. They want that early safety car, but not too early. What is it, a 28-lap race? They want around about a lap 8 safety car, get on those hards. 20-lap-old hards have made it through a couple of times already tonight with reasonable pace, so I think that'll be the ideal strategy, but it could be anything. I am interested to know what sort of weather. Again, looking pretty murky here in Tier 1. So if anyone can jump into a stream, Smithy's got one up, I'm sure. Go and find out what the weather's going to be. Hello, Wenza.
We are on the formation lap, and it looks like we do have Brian Tan on the soft tyre. So Brian
Indeed.
Tan's on the soft. Looks like a pretty even split between mediums and hards, other than that.
Plenty of hards, actually. More than I thought. That's a good mix of tyres, so a lot of different strategies playing out. Still got Japanese Crofty. He sounds very excited too, Japanese Crofty. He delivers that formation lap stanza with very good gusto, so I like that. Might change him up for next week, though. I reckon we're going to move on to, I don't know, maybe French next. Where are we going next week? American. No, I don't. He hasn't got, we haven't got an American one. Hot dogs and stuff. That just probably.
Any
English
requests from the chat as to who we switch to?
Oh yeah, we got a request.
Can we get some bribes? Can we get some bribes going?
All right, let's get ready. Tier 1, about to head down into Turn 1 for the first time. Dimitri Forrester will start us away off the line. Everyone getting a little bit of ghosting happening there, but poor start from Dimitri in all seriousness. Kyle Jackson invited to have a look down the inside, and Zekai Chu as well takes the lead. So Dimitri not quite getting the traction down as he headed down into Turn 1. He loses the lead to Zekai Chu. Kyle Jackson was a little interested there, but didn't manage to complete anything. Back through the field here, that's Nathaniel Christ, getting all sorts of crossed up. Crossed? No, crossed on the cross! No, that was not funny. Play on. JJ also losing a position there. There's a few trading places as they go side by side through this first sector on the first lap. Everyone getting a little bit interested in each other's business, but Tier 1 critically staying out of the walls and out of each other's wings and making it through safely. There is a yellow flag as I say that, and it is up here. There's wing everywhere. A lot of ghosted cars as well, so it is a safety car. A nice early safety car for Tier 1.
McLaren there with absolutely no front wing on it. Looks like Caleb van der Eyden.
Puns are not my strongest game, Firelord. Oh, no. Right. No, I wouldn't expect that from Caleb van der Eyden. He's been one of our most consistent, cleanest drivers this season, so hopefully no desync. It is only a virtual safety car, mind you, that we're running around with at the moment, so that's not going to help Caleb van der Eyden's cause because he's definitely got to find his way into the pit lane here and fix up that wing. The other thing that's pointing me towards not having desync is the fact that he has damage. Generally, when you are desynced, you get 0 damage. We've seen a couple of cars already this season with absolutely indestructible vehicles because they've been desynced. So that's not the case here. Oh, no.
Penalty.
Wow. Massive implications in the championship there. A drive-through on the first lap for Zachary Smith. So a lot of cars pitting here, obviously all involved. Interesting view of the Ferrari team.
So, yeah. What? Caleb van der Eyden's McLaren is either in the wrong box or the cameraman's got that completely wrong.
I've now seen everything.
Either way,
Goodness
Zachary
me.
Smith has been caught speeding under the virtual safety car.
So that is a drive-through that man needs to complete. That's unfortunate for Smithy, especially with the Zekai Chu currently leading the way. But I want to take you back to Singapore, where something very similar happened. Zekai Chu leading the way, looking strong. Zekai looked to have that race in the bag, and Smithy had fallen back through the field at Singapore, and it all turned topsy-turvy towards the later part of the race. So don't count Smithy out yet. I have made that mistake plenty of times in my short commentary career, and I'm not making it tonight. It's a drive-through, but I don't think that'll hurt him. He'll come back.
Great start for Mitch Weatherburn. Sneaked himself up into the top three.
P3. Love to see it. Love to see him up there.
Does he enjoy Baku? It's one of his favourite tracks or not?
I believe he does, but I mean, I might be breaking the word. I'm not sure if he's told everyone, but he does only have about 3 weeks left in him.
3 weeks of what?
The man is moving to Japan in the middle of November and is not taking his PC with him.
What? Well, he's not taking any prisoners here either as he gets the purple lap and dives down the inside of Zekai Chu. Brian Tan pinches that purple lap, but goodness me, he's moving to Japan. I'm very jealous.
He has picked up a job in the snow for the next 6 months of his life.
What?
So he's got about 3 weeks left of racing in him, I believe, and then there will be a Williams seat up for grabs in Tier 1.
I've never been so jealous in my life.
Well, he did 2 years in Canada before that.
Has he got a partner?
No.
He's heading over there to pick up a Japanese girl. I've never been so jealous in my life, Mitch. What? Good on him. That's awesome. So what's he do? It's obviously just working up in the snow and like a resort kind of snow. What's he doing?
Yeah, he just works in the ski rental places.
Yeah.
works in there every morning, and then does his skiing and his boarding overnight time or on his days off, and lives the high life.
That's awesome news. Well, congratulations, Mitch Weatherburn, on what is surely the greatest job ever in the greatest country in the world. So I'm very, very pleased for you. Let's see if he can pick up a win here in Baku on what seems to be his farewell tour. Surely he just buys a PC while he's over there. Nah, I don't know. I'm not going to coach him on what to do. But let's. I hope he has a good final couple of weeks. What's he got? 3. He's got Baku, Coda, Mexico, and potentially Brazil. Not sure how the timing works out there, but... Oh, no, Brazil's 2 weeks after Mexico. Looks like there's a break there.
Yeah, I think he leaves on the 15th of November.
Right, so he... Oh, Brazil's the 13th of November. Maybe just one last hurrah before he goes.
Whoa, Dimitri!
Dimitri's made a mistake. Mitch gets him up the inside into turn 1 and takes the lead of the race.
So Dimitri had just posted a purple lap, but maybe got a little bit too excited with himself after seeing the purple lap come up and outbroke himself into turn 1.
Either way, Zachary Smith is currently in the pit lane. Just come out of the pit lane down there in P13. I believe he probably just served his drive-through. So he's on a bit of a comeback race now. Roughly Fidelia, Daniel Lambert, Caleb van der Reyden all down there with him. They will all be looking to move up this field.
So... Luckily, Zachary Smith is tagged onto the back of this long train here. He is still in the lead pack, per se. The big 13-second gap back there. What are we doing here? I'm on Zachary Smith, but there's no Zachary Smith on camera. Where is he? Oh, there he is. All right, we got there eventually. So he is at the back of a very long train. He's got to find his way back into DRS if he wants to catch up. But as Diabol's pointed out, he's lost a lot of track position, but he is still in it. He is still hanging around, so don't count him out. He's got a long battle in front of him to get back into it, but he's capable. Speaking of battles, Jordan Wong, Danny Wong, and Alexis Bowen up here battling away. Alexis Bowen is disconnected, or AI, or something. That is...
AI there, so he must have some disconnection issues there for Alex.
Oh, a little kiss on the wall there from Jordan Wong as they make their way through those final couple of bends. Juan Afik has DNF'd. He's out of this race. There he is, plastered across the wall in the same place that Danny Wong gave it a touch.
And the lead pack had just gone past the pit lane.
Yeah, exactly right.
Unlucky.
It's just gone past. So Zachary Smith will be in the pit lane, and he'll be the first of your cars to jump into pit lane. So this is going to work well for him, I believe, because the rest of these guys have to do another lap under their delta.
Could this just have worked out perfectly for Zachary Smith, who now goes on to the hard tyres with 20 laps to go? And
they've gone past the safety car, so no, that's fine. They'll get away with it.
Oh, okay. Not the first time we've seen that tonight, where the cars make their way past the safety car. And again tonight, it's the second time that's happened. So again, not working out for Zachary Smith. I thought that was going to play into his hands perfectly. But it hasn't on this occasion. And it hasn't boned Brian Tan either. I was concerned that Brian was going to miss out on that free pit stop on these softs, but he gets a chance now to... I'm interested to know what tyre Brian wants to go on here. Does he go on the hards here?
Yeah, he has to.
Yeah, I'd put on the hards here. You've got to save the mediums for the end.
I think I just saw Alexis Bowen leave the session, so whatever those issues are, she's clearly not got them resolved yet. Might be rejoining, or might just come and pop in a chat and tell us what's happened there. But you can see...
She said she's having some tech dramas, unfortunately.
That is not ideal.
Fortunately, that sums up her season as well. She hasn't had much luck. All these lead runners, but they're all... No, Zipachi's going to stay out. He's on the hards. Mitch Weatherburn, Dimitri Forrester are both in. And the entire field follows if they are not on the hard tyre already.
Yep, Kyle Jackson.
JJ and Alex didn't pit. I mean, Alex probably AI didn't pit for them, but JJ staying out of the mediums.
Oh, that's a bold decision.
I like it. Do something different.
Well, you're right. No point sticking to the same strategy as everybody else.
Zach Smith stays down in 14th, so yeah.
Pylon in chat saying that's one down. How many to go? What is our guess for this race? How many DNFs are we picking?
5.
Dying back here. Oh dear.
Yeah, I reckon this. I don't think there's going to be many. There'll be less than 6.
Less than 6 from Jacob Weatherburn. Your thoughts, Tom Maloney?
I'm going with 5. I'm going with a discrete number.
Okay, well, if it is 5, you win because Jacob Weatherburn's gone less than 6. You've gone bang on target, so you get the win if it is 5, even though both of you are correct. I'm going to say 2.
No more for the rest of the race
that's
from
bold.
you.
20 laps of clean racing.
No more than 2. There are a couple of names that stand out that I'm a little bit concerned about, but I'm not going to mention their names. And therefore, the curse will be... Oh, my God.
Oh, who's that?
That's Alexis Bowen's AI!
Alexis Bowen's AI has decided to face her the wrong way. When we were saying, oh no,
I've cursed the AI!
No,
Alexis
she's
Bowen,
back.
She's back in.
Oh.
So on rejoins, if you've disconnected, that gives you negative 60-degree tires, which are hilarious.
Yep. So she'll have stone cold tires now, and has looped it instantly.
Alex isn't on the track. Whoa. I'm not going to make it through Tier 1 without a stitch, because that's very... Oh, my God. Unlucky night for Alexis Bowen so far. 20 laps to go. Plenty of time to recover. Hopefully gets onto the hard tyres here. Safety car definitely doing another lap, so not all is lost for Alexis, but it's a long way to recover back through the field. And almost the entire field now on the hard tyre. Now,
very wide on pit exit there from Alexis.
Diabols, my question, are these tyres now negative 60 degrees, or does putting on a fresh set of boots in the pit lane, where there's supposed to be tyre warmers, what's the go here? We just saw her go wide out of the pit lane. This will probably give us a little indication. That's a big lock-up of the brakes too. Alexis Bowen's ping is not going to give us the ABS bug, so I don't know whether these tyres are cold or not. Should be fine as far as Ben Curtis is aware.
It'll just be normal cold.
Normal cold.
Broken cold.
She's struggling a bit.
It does look like she's struggling though. I don't know whether... Yeah, anyway. I'm glad she's still facing the right way.
She nearly wasn't with us anymore.
She knows about your no more DNFs, and she's just helping out with your blood pressure.
Well, she's not the name that I had on my list of potential DNFs, so I was happy to bring her name out into the 4, but now I'm less confident.
Surely this will be the last lap under safety car. Jeremy Washington and Caleb van der Reyden should get onto this back of this pack quite soon.
We might get that late safety car call in that we saw in Tier 3. It does look like Ice Diabols are a bit concerned here. What's the steer? Usually get a readout on the steering wheel there. The safety car is coming in this lap. Can't quite make it out. The resolution's not good enough there. I can't find out what the tyre temps are for you. But we're underway again, it looks like. So Zekai Chu up the front of the pack here from Kyle Jackson, Jordan Wong, JJ, Nathan Monks and Nick Randell also yet to pit. So the front 6 yet to do a pit stop. Mitch Weatherburn, Dimitri Forrester commanding there in 7 and 8 on the drivers who have pitted. Away we go. Very late restart from Zekai Chu. Didn't give anyone an opportunity to get in any tow. That's wide there from, I think, Mitch Weatherburn there at turn 1. And that's going to invite Rafley Vidilia and a few others up the inside. So Mitch losing a few on the safety car restart there. And under pressure now from Grid Jokes as well.
Yeah, looks like he just didn't get those tyres up to 10.
Oh, bang.
Oh, there's a bit of a boot there. Zachary Smith up the back of Daniel Lambert, I believe.
And
Yellow flag. Who's that around? That looks like Nick Randell around in the background. Turn 4. Looks to be going again.
yep.
Mitch Weatherburn was fighting the inside there.
2, 3
Bent
wide.
hard.
Look at this.
Oh, better sort this out before you get into the castle. You can't go too wide through here. Managed to sort themselves out, get through there cleanly. But there is a train of cars lining up behind Grid Jokes.
Nice work. So a good safety car restart. No spins on the safety car restart. You wouldn't have pictured that tonight. Oh, that looked like a pretty deep braking marker there for Brian Tan. Or whatever it was that I think it put him in the wall there. He managed to rescue the situation and not DNF himself. But this is side-by-side action from Jared Ellis and Zachary Smith.
One of them's
And dead.
There goes Jared Ellis. That was never.
Didn't DNF though.
No,
Isn't DNF.
it's going to be a safety car though because there is wing everywhere there.
Nah, they're going to get away with it. That was never going to work side by side there, though. Jared was hoping for a miracle trying to hang on through there. He really needed to play the long game and just back out of that. But we move on. We'll put that front wing back on. As long as he doesn't go a lap down, the safety car gets him back into it. But up front here, Nathan Monk's currently P5. Looking at the back of JJ, it's got Raffle Fidelia very close behind.
Not really painting a super accurate picture of proceedings here. Jordan Wong, JJ, Nathan Monk's all making a lot of positions, but they are yet to pit. So just wait and see once all the pit stops are completed where they filter out. Poor old Nick Randell down there in P16 hasn't done his pit stop either yet. So doing God's work up here, filling in from tier 2. Not working out for him so far.
Two Alpha Romeo drivers. Oh, someone's hit the wall there, or have they just hit a piece of wing sitting on the ground?
I reckon that was someone losing their front end plate. Let's go find out who it was. Looks like Jordan Wong is missing the right hand front.
So he will most likely be, he's on the hard tyres, so I mean, it's going to hurt him to pit now, but
He's got to do it.
he'll be sussing out how that car feels. I think he's going to stay out.
That's big balls back. It was the last place I'd want to be not full wing.
Jared Ellis has had another whoopsie poopsie at the castle section, unfortunately, it looks like.
He has
Hasn't
indeed.
DNF though.
He hasn't DNF.
Kept his front wing on, so we could be all good.
Because I haven't said his name, he hasn't DNF. So if we can just continue on that form, that'd be really nice. Thank you.
Raffley Fidelia has made his way past Nathan Monks. So it's a current Alfa Romeo 1-2 once all the pit stops are done and dusted.
Love the crowd hanging out the windows here. This would be a great track to spectate from.
I've never seen a flight into Azerbaijan on my travels at the airport, so I'm trying to think of how you get there. Whether you go
Probably
by
have to go-
Singapore or...
Yeah, you'd probably have to go to Singapore or China or something, I can imagine.
Come on, just give us a direct flight into Baku.
I mean, the straight's long enough for a plane to land on, so why
Sure, and wide enough.
Has everything sort of just mellowed out here between the top drivers?
not? Yeah, good. That's what I want.
Still got this battle going on for about P4 all the way down to Grid Jokes in P9. I believe DRS should be open this lap. So we should be starting to get some overtakes.
Yeah, nice little train developing here behind Daniel Lambert. The Mercedes teammate of Zikai Chu will be doing all he can to hold up Zachary Smith as long as he can, as Alexis Bowen and Brian Tan go side by side down the straight. And it looks like Alexis has got that one done nicely. So up into P11 she goes. And pretty wide there from Daniel Lambert too. As I say, So up into P10, Alexis Bowen goes. Nice one. And around he goes, Brian Tan.
That is not the way you want to be facing.
Oh, those tyres will be all sorts of barbecued now as he spins them up with a nice little Scandi flick, turns it around. Unfortunate for Brian Tan. But back up here, we're watching Jordan Wong. Oh, God, that's messy there from Jordan Wong.
There goes round.
Raffley Fidelia and Jordan coming together. So both of those guys falling back through the field. Mitch Weatherburn and Dimitri Forrest to say thank you very much as they move their way up to P4 and P5 respectively.
Alexis Bowen has had another disconnect. I believe I just saw that she just loaded the game back up. She dropped back down to P12, so all that hard work has been undone by those technical issues.
It was going nicely for her too. She was making up spots, but now her Alpine teammate making some Alpine babies as Jeremy makes his way through. Alexis Bowen has rejoined. And she's now going to be on icy cold tyres if we're...
She's not back yet.
Not yet. She has rejoined the session, but she'll just be waiting now to take over. Oh, it's a good safety car.
And Brian.
Ruffley and Brian obviously had some damage. And I don't know where Brian binned it, but looks like binned it at the same corner.
There goes your two DNFs. We're up to 4. Alexis, I would have thought dives into the pits here on those negative 60-degree tyres, but it is on hard, so now has a safety car's worth of time to warm them up. Pretty good stop. Actually, pretty good call, actually, staying out. That's why she's tier 1 and I'm not. A couple of drivers coming out of the pits there, so they've completed their mandatories. The Red Bull of JJ having got his done. Zekai Chu now up the front of the field, the only driver yet to complete his mandatory pit stop as they make their way past the safety car. Bert Mylander waiting for everyone to do a lap before he picks them up.
So what do you do if you're Zekai? Do you pit now, or do you just
go long, kick in the soft top?
Whoa!
Oi, who was that? Like, someone
Where's
just
Kyle gone?
Disappeared from in front of someone there.
Where's Kyle Jackson gone?
Yeah, so Alexis Bowen just got an illegal overtake, I would assume, because the Red Bull disappeared off the face of the planet somehow.
And those tyres are negative 60 degrees.
She's struggling with them, yep.
Alpine is all over the place.
I wonder if that was Alexis Bowen's connection issues that forced the Red Bull to disappear off the track, not necessarily the Red Bull, you know what I mean? So...
This is your connection. So...
Well, it could be mine, yeah.
Either way, Nathan Monks has put soft tyres on in the McLaren.
What happened to you, Brian? Oh, Jordan.
Oh, someone's not paying attention to their delta.
Not the first drive-through we've seen tonight for speeding under safety cars. Jordan
and
Wong.
then he's DNF'd.
Where's that? Is that in the pit lane? I think it's... No, he's not a Haas.
No, round the back of the circuit.
Oh, yeah, it is too.
That's a weird one, because...
He's still moving.
He's still moving. The game has DNF'd him, but his car is still moving. So I don't know if he's... I think he's been caught speeding under safety car, and he's...
That'd be a DSQ, not a DNF.
No, I think he's quit himself.
Oh.
And the car's DNF'd, and it's now parked him up.
Oh, no.
I believe Gordon has deliberately quit the session after being given a drive-through. I could be wrong, and I'm happy to be proven wrong, but his car drove half a lap before it parked up, so I would believe that is a deliberate DNF from Jordan, which is a big no-no.
Yeah, never like to see that. It's the best time to do it under safety car, but it is against the rules regardless of safety car or no safety car. So Jordan will get a little tap on the shoulder and we'll just investigate what happened there. But that takes us down to...
Zekai did choose to pit in all of that. He is down there in P6 with a fresh set of mediums.
13-lap-old medium sounds about right. That is a good time to pit for Zekai, so nice. And the fact that he's come out in front of Zachary Smith too is critical. So, nice pit stop.
Will his mediums go 13 laps though to the end?
I think they should. Maybe not potentially the most ideal tyre at the end of those 13 laps, but he will make it through and I think they'll be okay. You know, goodness me, if he gets a late safety car for those 5-lap-old softs, that's the dream. Unlucky you, Brian Tant. Raffley DNF'd in front of him and he saw it, and he definitely got on the anchors in time, but then he touched the wall, nary at snail's pace, and lost his whole front wheel. Our Tier 2 champion, Tier 2 half-season champion. I'm not sure what sort of title I want to give him, but he's definitely the Tier 2 champion in my heart. And he's stepped up here in Tier 1. Currently P5 in the championship after carrying over 80% of his points. And probably still hangs on to P5, considering he's a fair chunk of points in front of Mitch Weatherburn. Mitch Weatherburn up there in P2 at the moment. Might just pinch P5 from him, but I wouldn't guess on whether or not that is the case. But yeah, Brian Tan unlucky tonight. Hang in there, mate. 7, 8 rounds, 9 rounds to go. Would love to see you mix it for a podium or two before this season is out up here in Tier 1. Most deserved for you. He absolutely was showing good pace eyeballs up until that point.
So we're probably going to have another lap under the safety car after this one while we wait for Jared Ellis to catch up. With 3/4 of a lap behind the safety car at the moment.
Nathan Monk, sorry, on P11 on softs. Just to mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if we do 3 more laps under the safety car, I think someone told me you get about 5 to 7% wear per lap, even under the safety car on the soft tyre.
It's insane.
So if we do 4 laps under the safety car, your softs are nearly chewed out before you even get a chance to run them at full pace.
It's incredible. So you think about a 100% race. Like, I know that we're on accelerated wear because it's a 50% race, but if you took these real F1 cars, unless Pirelli decided to bring the 3 softest compositions, you would expect the soft tyre to last more than 10 laps, more than 12 laps, more in a real race. They'd go 20 laps.
You think about that. That's like, it's 6 kilometres a lap here. It's a tyre that's worn out after 60 kilometres.
Yeah, it's insane. Which, as I said, I don't think is the case in real life. It is just simply a Codemasters thing where they think that's what the tyres are capable of. So, anyway, here's what it is. Love you, Bright. Have a good night, mate. We'll see you again next week for Kurt Coter of the Americas is what I was going to come out with there before I hesitated. Goodness me. I'm going to start having dinner before these races, I think, because I just get up halfway through Tier 1 and I start stumbling over myself. You know what it is? It's Firelord and Peach. They make me look shit.
Get those boys in the box.
I lose all confidence because they're just so bloody tidy. Safety car coming in this lap? No, we're still waiting for Jared, aren't we?
No, it's in this lap.
Is it?
Ooh, it is. It's just leaving Jared stranded after lap.
Poor old Jared.
Giving up on him.
He couldn't catch up in time.
All right, let's get underway again. Dimitri Forrester leads us away down into turn 1 this time. Mitch Weatherburn very close behind with Danny Wong and Daniel Lambert for company as well. Looks like everyone made it through turn 1 there pretty cleanly, at least in the top half of the field, side by side between Daniel Lambert. Elbows out with Danny Wong. The two Dannys
Smith had a rough restart.
trying to tow their way down here into turn 2. 1, 2, 3 they'll be going, sorry. Turn 3, and it's still side by side. Great little battle here between Daniel Lambert and Danny Wong. Looks like Danny's going to be the winner as he gets the inside line down here. And in fact, who's this sneaking up the inside? Hello, Zekai on those fresh mediums. He'd be very happy with this. He's going to get 2 done. But who's this? Who's 4? What's happening? This car's flying everywhere. I'm going to stay on board. We've got the best angle. There is overtakes happening everywhere. Caleb van der Reyden is falling backwards at a severe pace. Everyone making their way past the McLaren there of Caleb van der Reyden, but even Zekai Chu just walking past Daniel Lambert. It looked like Daniel got off the gas and let him through. It was that quick.
Yeah, I reckon you'll find that Daniel backed off to let his teammate pass there.
So did he do that intentionally, or are they on TeamSpeak, or is he just a good fella helping out his Mercedes teammate?
Well,
There was a lot going on very quickly.
Zachary Smith, because Zachary didn't have the best restart, and he's down there in P10 at the moment. But in all of that, Alexis Bowen is struggling on those what are probably minus 60-degree hard tyres.
Alex still AI. She's a long way behind.
She had a spin.
Ah,
Had a spin at turn 4.
that's not good.
Very wide line there
That's
through
the
the
line.
last corner too, so you can tell she's really struggling. Back up the front here, it looks like Zikai Chu and Danny Wong now in battle. Danny's got the inside line. Zikai's got the fresh tyres around the outside and in fact closes that door. Danny Wong just having to give way there into turn one and Zikai gets it done. Up into P3. Zikai looking really strong here.
Dimitri Forrest has put 1.5 seconds on Mitch Weatherburn in a lap too, so Dimitri is absolutely flying since the restart. Not sure if Mitch has made a mistake somewhere, but Dimitri seems to have the pace over him at the moment.
Poor old Zachary Smith is still... Oh, Nick Randall's DNF. There's another one. Is it going to be another safety car? It is.
There's my 5 DNFs gone.
We're up to 6.
We're all out.
You said less than 6, you lose 2.
We're all out.
Yeah.
Nice.
6 is not less than 6.
Yep, I said 2. That's out. That's done. 5, no good. Less than 6, no good. We're all out.
Oh, someone's going to pit now and take the soft tyre gamble.
Tell you what, if you had told me there was going to be 6 DNFs in Tier 1, there is one name in particular who I would have had on my list who isn't. And I'm still not going to say his name because he still hasn't DNF. And we're going to make it all the way through. Let's go.
At this rate, he'll finish in the top 10.
Absolutely. He's well on for points.
Maybe we'll have a chance for him to catch up to the rest of the field this time as well.
He and or she. I'm not going to assume gender or name or anything. No cursing occurring. This is an interesting little Tier 1 race we've got happening here, and it's got implications in the championship battle. It's just about to point out that Zachary Smith hasn't been able to recover from that early stop, that early drive-through, and still down here in P10.
He's on very old, hard tyres as well. They've still got to do 10 more laps. It looks like he's going to come into pit lane. Whether he is going to take that soft tyre gamble, there's a bunch of cars that have decided to pit.
I reckon he might go the mediums because he took his mediums off very early from memory.
This definitely helps out the likes of Zikai Chu and Kyle Jackson.
What is going on with these pit cameras? What is going on in the pit lane tonight for the broadcast? There's just no way near it. So what has Zachary gone on to? He has put on those mediums. So they won't be too bad for the last 10 laps. They'll be pretty handy. And a new wing for Smithy as well.
That'll help.
Problem is, he's not going to have a tyre advantage over the cars around him. All the cars in front of him are on fresher tyres, so he's going to have to try and get it done on outright pace.
He's in a good spot right now. Zekai, 4 lap old mediums. The 2 guys in front are on pretty second-hand hards.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, 10 more laps on those hards is not going to be a fun time. But we said that in Tier 2 with was it Ethan Small that was in P3 on the fresher mediums or something, and he couldn't make it work on the cars in front of him.
Turn 3 barrier glitch. I wonder if that's what caught Brian Tan out. I can't remember exactly where he DNF'd. I thought it was a little bit later in the lap. But we'll jump on board with Jared Ellis, who's just coming up to turn 3 now.
So they updated the game a little while ago, but on the outside here, they used the wall. It didn't look like the hitbox pokes out. And I wonder if that's sort of starting to rear its ugly head again.
Oh dear. Nick Randall has come afoul of it. It's what caused his DNF. So he wasn't anywhere near the wall when it DNF'd him. So that'll be an interesting one to watch too for the last couple of laps. Still 13 drivers on track. How many of those will come afoul of the turn 3 wall? The safety car coming around to complete one more lap. Hopefully Jared gets a chance to catch up this time. Through turn 1, nice and easy. Up into turn 2 now, and then the long stretch down to turn 3. Where exactly on the wall is it? Tom Maloney, Nick Randall, if you can let us know how deep into turn 3 is the wall glitch. On board with Mitch Weatherburn now as they come up to turn 3. The safety car will head around. Doesn't look to be anything janky happening.
Tell you what though, the two Alpine drivers have decided the soft tyre strat from here on in. What do they have to lose?
Well, we watched the Williams boys go for that strat in Tier 3. Didn't quite work out for them.
I think you'll find we'll probably end up with one more safety car at the rate things are going, so quick stint on the soft tyres might not be a bad thing.
Yeah, spot on, Diabols. Those softs will be in all sorts of trouble by the time we get to the end, unless there's another safety car which allows them to protect the life a little bit. But even then, they'll be screaming by the time we head down the final straight for the last time.
Is the safety car going to allow Jared to catch up? He's getting very close. He's only a couple of corners behind now. Will we do one more lap?
I don't think so.
You reckon the safety car will come in?
Usually
Yeah.
tells us about here, but we have had later call-ins too. So when the safety car comes down this hill here, that's the general one it's been tonight where it tells us. But it's not uncommon for it to be around about here somewhere.
I reckon we're doing another lap.
Looks like it.
Jared is up at the back. We could get a late one. I'm picking it. I reckon there's going to be a late one. I reckon it's going to dive in late here.
No, we've gone past the safety car line.
Lights are off.
Oh. Are they?
Oh,
No,
no, they're blinking. Never mind. They baited me.
We're doing another lap.
Oh, no. Oh, I could have sworn the lights are off.
Sit tight, ladies and gentlemen. One more lap.
Bern Mylander's just trying to get the most laps led tonight.
I reckon he's done it.
Oh,
Yeah, he
absolutely.
probably has. Across all three tiers, he definitely would have, for sure.
Anyone from Tier 4 or Tier 5, let us know how many safety cars you guys had as well.
JC should have gone to Specsavers.
Oh, righto. Actually, don't have my glasses on at the moment.
Who's our
Probably a
optical
very good
sponsor
point.
here at OOR?
Surely we've got one. Surely someone here can help JC out with a fresh pair of glasses.
Oh, I'd love a new set. Just
We do the comedy thing like the AFL did and get the umpires sponsored by OPSM, have the OPSM steward box.
They're fucking expensive, though, prescription glasses. Jesus Christ. I can't really afford them right now, but my prescription is very old. I can feel my left eye just starting to die more each day, so I would like a new set.
What is your prescription, if you don't mind telling
Oh,
me?
it's only like 0.75 on the right and 1.25 on the left, but it's I'm sure it's worse than that now, because as I said, my left one, I feel like I have to blink a lot, and it's not blinking, it's just my eyes are that bad. But yeah, it honestly feels like I've got like a little grain of sand in my left eye a lot, all the time, and yeah, honestly, I just blink the crap out of it. Like, no, your eyes are just bad. So yeah, I do need to go and sort that out. Anyway. What do we got?
You're going to have to do that this week now, because you do realise chat's going to ask you about that next Sunday.
No, I'm not doing it. I don't. No, I just drive around fine. I'm good.
No, I'll just go blind. It doesn't matter.
Anyone in the chat and optometrist want to help JC out?
It's my own fault. It's because I stare at screens all the time. I work 9-hour days staring at a computer, and then I come home and I stare at computers. It's my own fault. So,
Safety car in this lap. Dimitri Forrester will take control of the field.
laser eye surgery. Yeah, I've thought about that too, but we've got another surgery in this house that needs to get done first before I get any of that sort of stuff happening. So,
My understanding with the laser surgery is I think your prescription has to be stable.
as in
Then
the same on
consider it.
both sides.
It just can't keep getting worse.
Oh, right. No,
No,
that's
it's got to just stick as it
Dimitri's
is.
holding him all the way to the line. He's gone now.
done nicely. Mitch Featherburn was ready for him too, though, wasn't he?
Zekai Chu didn't let him get away either.
Zach Smith, another rough
Who's
restart
that?
for him.
Someone's piling down the order there. Still Wong's up the inside of Kyle Jackson. They are going to have a drag race down to turn 3. There's a yellow flag. Jeremy Washington is around, so that'll be his soft tyres.
That's a 3 wide. 3 wide into turn 3, by the way. How's that going to fare out?
Oh, there goes the Red Bull.
No good for JJ. He spins him up.
Did it extremely well.
Diabol's very upset in chat saying Jeremy Washington got taken out. So he's down in P11 at the moment. He's fallen off the back a little bit. Alexis Bowen looks to have had a pretty good restart though, and on the soft tyres might be worth a challenge in the last couple of laps.
Out front though, Dimitri's put a second on Mitch Weatherburn through the middle sector. He's got Zekai Chu right on the back of him, who is on those much fresher medium tyres, so he's going to have a big pace advantage over Mitch. Daniel Lambert not too far behind that either. As we've got Jared Ellis has DNF'd in the castle section.
Oh, no. Hadn't said his name the entire friggin' race and he hasn't made it, Jared. God damn it, I tried my best.
There won't be a safety car though, because it's just come in, so...
Oh, that hurts me. It is in the castle section. Unlucky, Jared. Another DNF for the season. What is going on here? Hang on, what's back there? The McLarens and that are all getting amongst each other. Another 3 wide occurring back here. Danny Wong, Caleb Van Der Eyden, and Kyle Jackson are all going to have a crackdown into turn 1. Danny Wong looks like he's got the inside line and the front position. Alex Bowen joining in here too, by the way. Let's make it 5 wide. Why not? He sorted out nicely. Good drivers here in Tier 1. Alexis not willing to give up this little position, but she outbroke herself down into turn 2, and that has put Nathan Monks in the wall. Unlucky for Nathan there. He was just a passenger. He was waiting to turn in, could not get anywhere near the apex because Alex Bowen missed it as well. So, little one for the stewards to have a look at there, I think.
Something's happened to Daniel Lambert too. He was in P4, he's now in P7. I think he outbraked himself going into turn 1.
Zach Smith into the pits for a new front wing as well. On brand new soft tyres, so purple lap coming your way, I think, boys.
Yeah, well spotted.
P12 with Zekai Chu in P3. That's a big chunk of points for Zekai over Zachary Smith if they stay the way they are.
He absolutely needs to make up as many points as he can because this championship is going to go down to the wire. And as you said, Zekai getting a nice little chunk of points here tonight. I don't think he's done either too, by the way, Zekai Chu. He's on those, as Tom said, he's on the medium tyres with 5 laps to go. Those hards will just start to...
I think Mitch is in trouble once the DRS opens up.
So that makes that fastest lap from Zachary Smith all the more important if he can pinch it in the last couple of laps here. All points going to be key and pivotal towards the end of this season.
Battery do these guys have? Surely they'd still have relatively full battery after the safety car.
There's another 3
wide.
What is happening? There's another one.
4 wide. Come on, do it.
There's enough room.
The nose in. Here we go.
Oh, soft.
Deep down the inside from the McLaren of Caleb Van Der Eyden and makes the apex nicely. That's a nice move. And it forces Danny Wong to take a compromised line, which invites Daniel Lambert up the inside of turn 2. Great battle. A couple of 3 wides for Tier 1. This is what we wanted all night long. Nice work, Tier 1. Great stuff down there into turn 1 between Kyle Jackson, Caleb Van Der Eyden, and Daniel Lambert. Sorry, Kyle Jackson's a bit up the road. It wasn't him. It was Danny Wong as well. But an excellent little battle there.
Is that Alex Bowen around?
And that's JJ, I think.
No.
Oh, no, he's made his way past Alex Bowen. You're right. You're spot on.
Alexis is around again.
Oh, those softs.
Like a very sad.
Say goodbye to those soft tyres. They have had enough.
Yeah, already. Oh, they just do not turn. What is happening?
Wow.
I've never seen anything like that.
That's
Just
a lock-up if I've ever seen one.
turned the wheel and nothing happened. Slow down, Alex. Jesus. Oh, what is happening?
What?
I shouldn't
No
laugh.
front wing.
She's given up life. She's had enough. She's got no front nose, and those tyres aren't turning. You can tell she doesn't give a shit anymore. She's just oh no. Up the front, Zekai Chu's got DRS here.
He's
Mitch
not
Weatherburn.
gonna need the- He's going to go past him before he even gets to the DRS zone.
Got DRS and Dimitri though.
Zekai pinches the purple lap, which we think might be Zachary Smith's by the time we get to the end. But just for now, Zekai Chu says, come at me. It's my purple. P2 for Zekai Chu, and 1 to go to try and get this race win happening.
Oh,
Sector 2 yellow. Alexis finally DNFs the
safety
car.
Safety
And a
car.
safety
Virtual safety
car.
car.
Oh, this is like, nah, full course.
So that's
slow
at that.
them all up again.
It's at that tricky downhill left-hander.
It's only going to do one lap. These guys will go on to lap 24, so the safety car will come in. We will only get 2 laps of racing after this safety car.
Zekai's got the lead of the race. Smithy's going to post the fastest lap under safety car. I don't think so, no. Oh, dear. We've seen stranger things, though. Goodness gracious.
This will recharge everyone's battery, but most importantly, we will get no DRS to the end of this race. So these guys are going to have to get moves done on their battery and pace alone, because they are not going to get any aids anymore.
Oh, Smithy did get the fastest lap under safety car, is what Diabols is saying. The delta came out, the safety car came out as he was crossing the line, so he had enough delta to finish the lap and pinch the purple, which is a 41.509. He has managed to pinch it as the safety car came out, so he was under safety car conditions as he got the purple lap. That is Sigma move, that one. Unreal.
He will have relatively fresh softs with only 2 laps of racing to go, so he may be able to grab some extra positions. So I'll catch the safety car now. I dare say the safety car will come in this lap and give us 2 laps of green running.
Goodness me. An exciting way to finish the night here in Tier 1. It's been a really good race. There's been plenty of good battles, plenty of good strategy. Softs, mediums, hards, it's all been here.
Strap yourselves in, because 2 laps with these Tier 1 guys could get messy. They're going to have the elbows out.
Very much looking forward to tucking into the Simrigs Sprint Series again, kicking off this week. We're back into ACC action. Simrigs jumping on board and sponsoring your Sprint Series, if you don't mind. So, Split Sunset on Wednesday night will be first off the mark. Another 3 splits across 2 nights for the AP region. And then, of course, the NA and EU boys and girls will get stuck into it as well. And that'll be at Alton Park. Alton Park, a favourite track of a few drivers, and a very tricky one at that. So an interesting way to start the season. A 2-stopper as well. 2 mandatory pit stops for your season opener at Alton Park. So that'll be a really interesting watch. Speaking of interesting watches, who was that who just put it in the wall? Was that Mitch Weatherburn? He absolutely just spun it up, and I'm not sure he got damaged because he hit the back of his car. He drift tapped the wall, but he absolutely nearly killed himself there under safety car. Lucky to get away with that one, Mitch Weatherburn. Safety car's in this lap, rightly spotted by Jacob Weatherburn. Never get more than 1 lap. Got to have 2 racing to go. So this time, Zekai Chu with the chance to lead them away whenever he sees fit. Massive opportunity for Zekai to close the gap to Zachary Smith. Zachary Smith is last in the field of runners, still going. P11. Zekai, just 2 laps to go. Just needs to bring it home. Full batteries for everyone. Just realised we haven't had telemetry for a while. How long that's been? How long has that been?
Probably half the race.
Interesting.
You still don't have it, still on the fastest lap.
No, I mean telemetry down the bottom. I had,
Oh, that too.
yeah, I had that missing. Let me down on that one, whoever that was. Anyway. Let me down. It's definitely my fault. Shouldn't blame it on anyone else.
Let yourself down.
Oh dear, what are we doing?
Who
Blame the
is going to
glasses.
hang on here? Zekai on the fresh and medium tyres. It's going to be hard for either Dimitri or Mitch to get a move done.
Can Mitch hold on from Caleb behind? That's another question.
He's going to have a very fast Caleb and Kyle Jackson. I mean, and Daniel Lambert as well, all on the medium tyres. And then you've got the soft tyre guys as well. they'll all be looking to have a look at Dimitri and Mitch on those hards, which will be struggling now at 19 laps old.
They must be, because Dimitri was on pole, and he's already a second and a half behind Zekai Chu, so it's not like that man hasn't got any pace. He's just got no tyres. Zekai Chu's binned it!
He's lost his front wing.
What? All he had to do was 2 laps. He just had to bring it home. What?
He's lost. He's done. He's going to finish last for Zachary Smith now.
Oh my goodness, Zekai
that
Chu.
If he doesn't win that championship now, you can look back at this moment.
Well, you'd look at Singapore as well. Singapore and Baku.
Is he going to do the lap? He's going to try and... He may as well, actually.
You got to. You've just got to try and hang on now. There's no point pitting.
As many points as possible. It's going to be a hard ass, though. He's, as you said before, he's got all the soft tyres behind him now, so they are just going to walk past him.
Oh,
Jeremy Washington goes around. Probably gets disqualified for sitting on the pit lane. Zekai doesn't get anywhere close to making the apex of turn 2.
Zachary Smith is up to P8.
Wow, absolute scenes here in the last couple of laps. The Alpine boys crying tears for their lads, but Zekai Chu.
Caleb van der Reyden is right on the back of Mitch Weatherburn for P2 now. Mitch is going to have to defend really hard. Caleb's going to look around the outside. Spins it up on the exit, loses a couple of tenths. That might just give Mitch the breathing room he needed.
Biggest question is, how good's that toe for Mitch versus Dimitri? Can Mitch be close enough to Dimitri to...
Caleb's already right back up onto the back of him again. This is going to be a bit of a drag race for the end of the podium. Kyle Jackson not too far behind Caleb van der Reyden. Dimitri's only got a couple of corners to navigate. Zekai Chu managed to put it in the wall right here, a lap ago.
Oh, you can see a couple of squirrelies out the back there too as they come through that downhill left-hander. That's been a tricky corner for a couple of drivers tonight. And it's just looking to claim a few more victims here on the last lap. JJ is that one. He's left the session, but he hasn't DNF'd. Interesting, must be AI or whatever. But Dimitri Forrester was on pole. And it looks like he's going to claim the win. This is going to be a race to the line for Caleb van der Reyden and Mitch Weatherburn. It looks like Mitch is going to hang on. Dimitri Forrester wins this one from pole. Mitch Weatherburn comes home in P2. Both of those drivers on 21 lap-old hards. They've done very nicely to bring it home. But Zekai Chu, goodness me, I can't get over that. Just had to bring it home.
Most importantly, Zachary Smith managed to climb from P11 up to P6 in those 2 laps.
Unreal. Never count out Zachary Smith.
So where we thought Zekai Chu was going to grab a massive handful of points, he's missed out on that. But Dimitri Forrester is your race winner for tonight from pole position. Mitch Weatherburn and Caleb van der Reyden rounding out the podium. Brody putting in chat that Mitch was running 1-1 wings.
What?
Nuts.
Surely that's not true.
No way.
I was running 5 and 3.
1-1 wins.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
So it is that low.
It's
Oh, there you
low.
go. Nice work, Grid Jakes. He's finished the race. He's pretty bloody happy. P9 from P10. Pretty pleased with that. Dimitri from pole dominated for most of the first half of the race, but then it looked like Zekai Chu was going to come home with it until he DNF. So Dimitri grabs the win. Nice one. Mitch Weatherburn will be happy with a nice little podium there from P5. And Caleb van der Reyden, Mr. Consistency from P9 with 4 stops, by the way. Caleb van der Reyden finishes in P3. Raj Sandhu would be very happy with that. Kyle Jackson, P4. Daniel Lambert, P5. Another 4-stopper for Zachary Smith and the purple lap. So what looked to be a weird old night for Zachary Smith's championship has actually turned out to be a reasonable one because Zekai rounds out the top 10 in front of Nathan Monks, JJ, Danny Wong. Oh, boys. Wow, what a finish to that one. Oh, Zekai will be kicking himself.
Mitch has just messaged me saying he had so much damage from that tap on the wall under the safety car. But he somehow managed to hang it on for P2.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes.
How good's Formula One?
Oh, it's been a
not-
great
it's not
night
very good.
across all tiers. To be honest, the racing when there hasn't been safety cars has been spectacular.
It was a cracker of the night. As I said before, we've got the Sim Rig Sprint Series coming up, returning this week. So don't miss out on that. The rookies, of course, as well. And then we've got the VRS Pro Series. Goodness me, what an event that's going to be. Looking forward to that. That'll be on your Saturday night. Saturday night content. Oh, I've been screaming out for that for a while. So looking forward to getting sucked into that. Until the next time we get out on track, which will be next week at Coda. My name's Jamie Conboy. Thank you to you, Jacob Weatherburn, and Tom Maloney.
It's an absolute pleasure as always.
Thanks for leading this one, JC.
No, you two carried the show tonight. I was really running out of juice there towards the end, and you made it an event. So thank you to you, chat, of course, everyone who pops in here every single week, but even those who just don't and come in for an hourly chat. That's what we love. We will see you next Sunday, but please join us on Wednesday night for the Sprint Series. Until then, catch up. Have a good week.